After securing a starter voice, Fang Zhao went about renting professional equipment to engineer the voice. Naturally, the label had the best equipment of this kind. It also had other types of top-notch devices and tools. But everyone, regardless of rank or department, had to pay to rent the equipment. Some of the more popular devices had to be booked in advance. The good thing was that there was no competition for the type of equipment required for a virtual idol project, so advance bookings weren't necessary. Fang Zhao talked to Bulai and requested the necessary gear from the property department. Fang Zhao also loaned a technician from another department to work on the voice. She was a young woman, a fresh graduate who studied music post-production, voice engineering, and so on. She had just been hired by Silver Wing. Because she was a newbie, she had been chosen as the sacrificial lamb when Fang Zhao came beckoning. Hello, my name is Song Miao. I'm a voice engineer. This is my proof of graduation and diploma. Song Miao presented her credentials. She was an anxious fresh arrival who stuttered. Fang Zhao gave his loaner a look over. Her slightly lengthy hair was tied in a ponytail. She donned a track suit and trainers, the typical look of a technician. She carried a toolbox and looked tense, probably nervous about her new workplace. After asking a few questions about voice production, Fang Zhao summoned Pang Pusong. Take Song Miao to our studio. Yes, sir. It was time to record. Pang Pusong was geared up. Creating a complete vocal database required a professional system. Now that the equipment was in place, Song Miao would take care of the rest. She would record and process vocal samples and build a vocal database. The latest sound engineering equipment was highly automated, requiring less manpower than before. Otherwise, Song Miao would have her hands full. With the starter voice taken care of, Fang Zhao paid Zhu Wen a visit to see how the look of the virtual idol was coming along. That's right, do we need an eye model? Zhu Wen asked. The virtual idol was an anthropomorphic tree, so they couldn't count on that many facial expressions. Thus its gaze was all the more important. Eye models were models who provided eye shots for virtual idols. Actors who weren't good-looking, lacked influence, or didn't receive much backing because of bad luck suffered from a lowly status in the industry. It was hard for them to get exposure, movie parts were hard to come by, and the ones that were offered were unsubstantial, so they often took on other assignments, like providing eye shots for virtual idols. Project teams that weren't exacting would use existing eye shots form a database, such as eye shots from previous films, and incorporate that acting prowess into their virtual idol. But project teams that were more demanding would shoot fresh eye shots in a variety of settings. Even award-winning actors and actresses delivered performances within a plot context and drew from their character's psychology. If the virtual idol were set up in a different context and had a different personality, then those eye shots wouldn't apply. They would even turn people off. People who resisted virtual idols often accused them of being blatant acting copycats, but the project teams behind those virtual idols didn't mind. That was how virtual idols were designed. Everyone did the same thing. As long as they could draw an audience. Zhu Wen asked about eye models because he noticed how serious Fang Zhao was about their project. I discussed this with Boss Du yesterday. He said he would try to line someone up for us. Just as Fang Zhao was speaking, Duong arrived on the 50th floor with another person. Even though Duong didn't want to micromanage the virtual idol project, he was the manager in charge, after all, so he couldn't be completely oblivious. After asking Fang Zhao about the look of his virtual idol out of curiosity, Duong fell into deep thought in his office the rest of the day. He even wondered if he should overturn Fang Zhao's previous decisions and take over the reins himself. But Duong eventually thought things through. He knew he wasn't that creative. No matter what Fang Zhao decided, now that the project was underway, he would give Fang Zhao total control. Even if he failed and became the subject of ridicule, he could chalk it up as a learning experience. He was a young man, after all. Adversity was a good thing, and no matter how poorly the dead-end project failed, the label wouldn't completely put it on a newcomer like Fang Zhao. So after Fang Zhao showed up yesterday, Duong hit up a few friends who managed actors. Regardless of whether you were a singer or an actor, everyone was ranked internally. They were classified in their contracts from grade D to A, with A being the highest. The top talents were ranked S, which was a different category altogether. Grade D talents were typically newcomers or marginal players. Duong set his sights higher, so when he asked his friends for loaners, he approached agents who managed B- and C-grade actors. I can't give you any B actors. They're all A actors in waiting. They can't afford to stumble. But I could pick from my C actors. That was how an old friend had responded yesterday. He brought over the actor today. A C actor showing up and doing his thing would suffice, Duong thought. Even though a C actor wasn't as competent, he would still be better than many others. If he didn't work out, then they could use eye shots from the database. That would save a lot of trouble. This is Ji Polin. He starred in a movie about the period of destruction. He should be able to help you. Duong left after briefing Fang Zhao quickly. Fang Zhao gauged the loner. He knew Ji Polin was a C actor. He wasn't entirely clear on the distinction between the different grades and he couldn't find much relevant information in his new memory, so he was polite. Ji Polin was doing them a favor, after all. In contrast to Song Miao's nerves and uptight demeanor, this actor carried himself like a star. Naturally, he was rather good-looking. In this day and age, people who could become stars wouldn't look too bad. His hair was meticulously combed and he stood straight as a rod. His gestures were sleek and refined. But it was all contrived. Ji Polin scanned the furnishings of the 50th floor with discerning eyes and glanced at Fang Zhao and company, his gaze brimming with a sense of superiority and arrogance. Let's get started. What kind of shots are you looking for? I'm on a tight schedule. After dusting his sleeves for non-existent dust, Ji Polin started walking. Zhu Wen looked at Fang Zhao, who nodded, so he led Ji Polin to the filming studio. This way. Fang Zhao explained the scene to him. He was interrupted by Ji Polin just 2 sentences in. Okay, I got it. I've done this before. Give me some space. He shifted his gaze to Zhu Wen. Get ready. I'm about to start. Fang Zhao didn't respond. He retreated and sat in the chair next to Zhu Wen. He wasn't offended by Ji's attitude, as long as they could get the right shots. On his end, Ji Polin started acting hard after building his mood. Lo and behold, even though Ji Polin was an obnoxious prick who looked down on everyone, he was serious about his craft. The only thing was, I'm thinking, why don't we just find some suitable shots in the database? Zhu Wen typed in his bracelet. Ji Polin was still acting, so he couldn't speak his mind. Ji Polin was acting with purpose. You could tell he wasn't holding back, but he still fell considerably short compared to a top actor. It was even more obvious in close-up. Zhu Wen had seen quite a few movies set in the period of destruction recently. In comparison, Ji Polin's acting was a bit awkward. They were better off just searching in the database. Fang Zhao's frown grew. After reading Zhu Wen's message, he got up, walked toward Ji Polin and tapped him on the shoulder. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm acting? Ji Polin fumed. Do you know what being in character means? You've interrupted my train of thought. Ji Polin was furious that he was tapped on the shoulder just when he was getting into character. He turned his head and watched Fang Zhao lift his hand and point to the side. Step aside. A puzzled Ji Polin pointed at himself. You were talking to me? Fang Zhao nodded and repeated, please step aside. Ji Polin stared at Fang Zhao in disbelief, as if he had gone mad. Having confirmed that Fang Zhao wasn't kidding, he distorted his face, got up abruptly, and stepped away in exaggerated strides. Fine. Don't accuse me of being a prima donna. He had showed up as a favor to his agent. Not only are these clowns ungrateful, they don't think I'm good enough. Shedding the posture with which he had arrived, Ji Polan bolted toward the door, but he stopped just as he was about to cross the threshold. He turned back and plunked down on the chair next to Zhu Wen. He dropped his act, folding his arms and crossing his legs. He wanted to see what these clowns would do now. It looked like they were going to act out the scene themselves. What a joke. He'd heard this fella was a new composer, and now he thought he could act. Did he think acting was the same as gaming? How naive. Who did he think he was? As a newcomer, he was only on a grade D contract, one notch below Ji Polan. Ji Polan started brainstorming for a snide comment he could make to avenge his dismissal if the producer turned out to be a sh*tty actor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be pacified. How could they treat him this way? Fang Zhao didn't care what Ji Polan thought, let alone pay attention to his furious gaze. He signaled to Zhu Wen that he wanted to reshoot the scene. Fang Zhao didn't understand the craft of acting, but what Ji Polan had just said about getting into character, it was just a form of imagination, placing yourself in the scene conjured in your brain. But be it Ji Polan or any other actor, their acting was just a function of their imagination, because none of them had actually experienced those desperate times. What they knew about the period came from watching documentary footage. But Fang Zhao was an exception. Some events during the period of destruction were digitally recorded, and quite a few films about the period were shot during the new era. The advancement of virtual technology also enhanced the viewing experience, leaving a deeper impression than regular footage. But no amount of simulation could rival the memories of Fang Zhao, someone who had actually survived those times. Taking a page from Ji's playbook, Fang Zhao closed his eyes for a few seconds to build the mood. Ji Polan was blown away. He uncrossed his legs and leaned forward. The condescension on his face faded, replaced by a serious look. Fang Zhao's eyes were red and tearful, as if he were listening to a song that mourned the loss of the world, projecting a deep sadness and resignation, although he didn't cry. All hell breaking loose, lives sacrificed and families destroyed. How puny and helpless everyone and everything became when the world fell apart. The pain and suffering projected in that moment engulfed the entire studio. Ji Polan took a deep breath. Fang Zhao managed to stir those emotions all by himself in this closed space without a set. He didn't have an acting partner. He had no lines. All he did was sit there. He barely moved his body, conveying his character's emotions with the subtlest of facial expressions and his gaze. His timing was impeccable, down to the wink of his eyes. Had he winked a second earlier or later, the effect would have been completely different. Ji Polan reflected on his own performance just now. By comparison, his delivery was slightly exaggerated and contrived, lacking genuine emotion. A professor once said in acting class that sadness wasn't conveyed by screaming or crying. Sometimes a subtle look would do. Was this guy really an amateur actor? Ji Polan quickly scanned in his head all the classic scenes from the countless movies about the period of destruction. He couldn't find any matches. Fang Zhao wasn't aping a previous performance. Ji Polan even got the feeling that he wasn't acting, that he had actually survived the horrible disaster and had lived in those times. Come again, what was the character they came up with? What was its personality? He had acted based on his imagination without learning about his character first, bad move. That was a major no-no. Maybe it was the casual tone of his agent. He didn't care for the job, didn't take it seriously. Ji Polan continued to observe in silence. Fang Zhao continued acting based on his script. He needed no pointers. He knew the character he designed the best. This was a scene without dialogue. For eye shots, the focus was the eyes. Everyone in the studio breathed lightly. The only sound was the noise of Zhu when setting up equipment. But both Zhu Wen and Ji Polan, who was sitting beside him, could feel the mood evolving in the small studio. Repressed sorrow, smothering desperation, disappointment, indecision. How did one survive? He was a bee frantically looking for a light source in a shuttered house. The minutes went by. Fang Zhao ended the session only when Song Miao had a question about the starter voice. Let's take a break. Fang Zhao told Zhu Wen to catch a breather, while he got up to leave and headed to the sound mixing panel. When he got up, he instantly dropped out of character and became his normal self. He was out of character already. Mind-boggling. When Fang Zhao left, Ji Polan approached Zhu Wen. That Fang Zhao character, he's really just a composer. He never studied acting. I'm not sure if he ever studied acting, but he is a professional composer. He soared to number 5 in the new talent competition in 20 days. You must have heard, Zhu Wen said. Of course he had, but Fang Zhao's performance still left him perplexed. Hey, aren't you going to leave? Zhu Wen thought Fang Zhao had spied Ji Polan into leaving, but now it seemed he had no intention of doing so. Leave? Why would I leave? That's right, did you shoot a music video? Do you have more details about your character? Let me take a look, Ji Polan asked. Zhu Wen gave Ji Polan a surprised look and handed him a few pages from his drawer. Ji Polan had signed a confidentiality agreement and Zhu Wen was going to show him the information anyway. Ji Polan just didn't bother. The next day, Zhu Wen had counted Ji Polan out. Fang Zhao could do the job himself. But Ji Polan still showed up on the 50th floor. Don't look at me. Just pretend I'm not here and do your thing. Which scene are you on? Has the character transformed yet? Ignoring the gazes of Fang Zhao and Zhu Wen, Ji Polan dragged over a chair, sat down, and began watching intently from the periphery. It wasn't only the second day. Ji Polan showed up the next few days. He didn't do much, just sat in the studio and watched. His body language suggested he was there to stay. Even though Ji Polan had his flaws, he was an actor keen on improving his craft. And Fang Zhao didn't kick him out. When shooting finally wrapped, Ji Polan couldn't help pestering Fang Zhao with questions. Can I impose on you to reveal what you think about the most when you're acting? He wanted to know how Fang Zhao got into character and delivered genuine emotion. When Fang Zhao heard the question, he stopped drinking from his glass and responded in a serious tone, BGM, background music. Ji Polan. Ji Polan suddenly remembered what a professor once said during his university days. Don't bother trying to figure out what goes on in the head of a professional composer. BGM is always playing no matter what they're doing. As far as Fang Zhao was concerned, drawing out a certain mood depended on a passage of music, not a certain visual. Just like how a programmer turned everything into code, Fang Zhao could turn everything into music. He already had a song in mind for the music video. It was a song he'd written during the end of days. It wasn't complete, he'd only gotten around to finishing it recently. He'd also rearranged it and modified parts to better fit Pang Pusong's voice. When he was shooting, he did recall certain scenes, but his memories of the first few years of the apocalypse were blurry. However, the music he composed during that period remained fresh in his head. Every time he recalled those broken melodies, Fang Zhao could remember how he'd felt at the beginning of the apocalypse. After projecting the eye shots onto the virtual character, Zhu Wen showed Fang Zhao a draft. He had juxtaposed on his computer screen shots of Fang Zhao's eyes and a pair of brown, wood-colored eyes surrounded by rough, cracked bark. Don't they look the same? Happy? Zhu Wen asked. Fang Zhao nodded. They were clearly two different sets of eyes, but they conveyed the same gaze and mood. It was as if two people were injected with the same soul. Reg Dimension, such amazing technology. Perhaps that was why virtual idols created with the Reg Dimension drew so many fans. Even though they often looked very different from humans, it was easy to forget that they were virtual images and instead believe that they possessed real souls. As long as you're happy. Zhu Wen stretched his arms. The basic look is also complete. The only thing is that I could use more help on the music video, even one extra person would be great. If it's just me, Lord knows when I'll finish the CD. If you want to see a completed product by the end of the year, then get me a loaner. Zhu Wen was so busy these days he didn't have time to game. I've asked around. The people you mentioned who know how to use Reg Dimension don't want to transfer. The company hasn't made any new hires this year and they fired a bunch of people last year. We can forget about an internal loaner, Fang Zhao explained. Then poach someone from one of the smaller or independent record labels, or outsource to a contractor, although the company usually frowns on outsourcing on a project like this. The bosses prefer that you take care of things internally. But see if you can poach some people from other companies. There are so many fresh graduates out there. There must be quite a few who haven't landed jobs, no? Let's con a few into working here first. Zhu Wen started brainstorming as he organized the eye shots. Zhu Wen's suggestion reminded Fang Zhao of someone. How many years of experience would you be looking for in a Reg Dimension technician? Let's not set the bar too high. The most important thing is to con some people into helping me out. I've been so tired. Zhu Wen returned to his office to work. Fang Zhao headed back to his office and sent Zheng Huang a message. Zheng Huang responded quickly. What's up, Big Zhao? Your project isn't going well. Zheng Huang knew Fang Zhao was stuck with the virtual idol project and had even offered to help, but Fang Zhao refused at the time, saying he needed to learn more about the project first. How busy is your current project? Do you have time to take on another gig? Fang Zhao asked. You hiring? Yes, we're short on Reg Dimension technicians. If you aren't available, do you know anyone who hasn't landed a job yet or wants to switch jobs? I don't need someone super experienced, someone who knows the basics will do. A Reg Dimension technician who doesn't have to be that experienced, someone who hasn't landed a job or wants to switch jobs. Indeed. Any recommendations? Me. I want to switch jobs. You know I'm a fresh grad, and not from a very prestigious school. I won't be able to command a very good salary. Plus, I'm looking for a new job. It's a perfect fit now that you're hiring. Zhu Wen's idea was to con people into joining the project, but Fang Zhao was completely honest about the state of his project. Zheng Huang was offering to help out when Fang Zhao was in a tough spot. It would be *TTY of him to take advantage of a friend now. After being briefed by Fang Zhao, Zheng Huang said he needed to think it over. But he ended up calling back in less than 10 minutes. Big Zhao, you still hiring? Why don't both you and I help out? She knows a thing or two about the Reg Dimension, but her expertise is post-production. I wonder if she would come in handy too. Yes. Fang Zhao smiled. Thanks. Hey, who's the boss here? Big Zhao, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're still young. Even if we fail, we can chalk it up as a learning experience. It's good for us to take risks. Got it. As long as you've put things in perspective. So it's a done deal, you and I will defect tomorrow. Just like Pang Pusong, Zheng Huang and you would be signed as contractors, not full-time employees. Fang Zhao had explained the temporary and transient nature of the work, but Zheng Huang still insisted on joining. Considering the status of the virtual idol project, Zheng Huang and his girlfriend had no ulterior motives, they just wanted to lend Fang Zhao a hand. Zheng Huang was actually thinking Lady Luck wasn't on Fang Zhao's side this year. Setting aside the theft of his songs, Fang Zhao had worked hard to make a name for himself in the new talent contest, only to be tossed into this death pit. Zheng Huang didn't want to see a brother begging for help, so he and Yu quit their jobs to help out. They were still young and had plenty of other jobs ahead of them. Now it was time to help Fang Zhao. The next day, Zheng Huang and Wanyu tracked down Fang Zhao at Silver Wing. After signing their contracts, Fang Zhao got them company passes. Besides Zheng Huang and Wanyu, Beiji, who had just finished training camp, also chipped in. He knew that he owed his success in the new talent contest to Fang Zhao. He'd heard that they were setting up on the 50th floor, so he decided to help out. Wow, they actually let you come. They're not afraid of jeopardizing your career? Zhu Wen asked when he saw Beiji. Beiji didn't care. It's okay. Training is over and my next assignment hasn't started. I have 3 days off, so here I am. Pang Pusong, Song Miao, and Beiji set up outside as Fang Zhao discussed the music video with Zhu Wen and Zheng Huang in his office. Since the music video was set in the end of days, they would have to feature mutated animals from the period. Zhu Wen showed Fang Zhao a batch of images he had compiled. Get rid of this, Fang Zhao said, pointing to one of the pictures. Why? Zhu Wen asked. I've never seen it before. Because he had never seen it before, he couldn't be sure that it existed. Fang Zhao decided to drop all the animals he'd never laid eyes on. Wow, you sound like you've seen the actual thing, Zhu Wen responded. But he didn't resist, deleting the animal from his screen. Fang Zhao pointed to another image. Shrink the head of this one a bit. Like this? Smaller. How about this? You overdid it. Allow me. Fang Zhao pondered the projected hologram, his fingers playing with the head of the animal. He couldn't feel the actual object, but the smart design software allowed even a non-technician to tweak the image. It was like altering a clay figurine. That looks weird, Zhu Wen said. Not at all. That's how they look. Get rid of their mustaches. They don't have mustaches. Are you sure? I remember seeing them with mustaches in many films about the period of destruction. A skeptical Zhu Wen checked his research. He had downloaded a database from a leading scientific journal that was compiled by scholars who studied mutated animals from the period of destruction. The researchers were considered the world's leading authorities on the subject. The download was quite expensive, but he'd build the project. They have mustaches in the film I starred in. Ji Polan, who had been watching them work, offered his 2 cents. That was fiction to begin with. Fang Zhao had seen the movie Ji Polan starred in. There were way too many inaccuracies, but you couldn't expect much from a commercial film. It was just entertainment. But your virtual idol isn't real either. Ji Polan remembered that the look of the virtual idol was also made up. My version, my rules, Fang Zhao responded curtly. Got it. You're the boss. You have the final word. At that point, Zhu Wen had found a photo of the mutated animal in question in his database. No mustache indeed. They went through the other animals. Every modification Fang Zhao asked for was consistent with the database. This time it was Ji Polan, not Zhu Wen, who checked. You're the man, he thought to himself. Everyone in the room wondered, how good of a history student was this guy to remember so many details? As things were picking up on the 50th floor, Duong was taking a video conference call from an old friend. Ji Polan was heading to the 50th floor every day, so his agent was worried. When he asked Ji Polan to help out, the kid was reluctant. How come he was so keen now? There had to be something shady going on behind the scenes. I heard your producer is from a black street. Did he somehow blackmail my guy into helping out? Ji Polan's agent was full of speculation. They're not done shooting. I heard 2 days ago they were done with their eye shots. Duong was puzzled too. That's why I think it's odd. I'm not in Qian right now. Old Du, go take a look yourself. Maybe your guy pulled something on my guy. I hear folks from black streets are ruthless. Ji's agent was being diplomatic. What he suspected was that Fang Zhao had threatened force against his client. Wait, Fang Zhao is just renting a room on a black street. He didn't grow up on a black street. Also, just because you're from a black street doesn't mean you're the mafia. Don't be a bigot. I lived on a black street when I was young. Ji's agent was about to say something else, but Duong preempted him. Okay. I understand your concerns. I'll head up for a look in a bit. But rest assured, everything is fine. Fang Zhao isn't that kind of character. After hanging up, Duong realized he hadn't dropped in on the 50th floor in a while. Even if Ji Polan was okay, as the manager in charge, he should put up pretenses. He rode the elevator to the 50th floor. When the elevator doors opened, he saw Ji Polan huffing and puffing and moving equipment. Duong. He suddenly questioned his judgment. An idol that relied on his looks like him couldn't risk getting injured. If he did, he had to pay the company damages that would consume way more than a month's wages. Ji boy, come over here. When Ji Polan saw it was Duong, he put down the equipment. Duong took a close look at his face and didn't see any signs of physical abuse. Aren't you done with the eye shots? How come you're still here? He asked. I don't have anything else going on, so I decided to help out, Ji Polan responded. Duong surveyed the floor. The 50th floor looked quite different, maybe it was the additional staff. He spotted Du Ji also lugging equipment around nearby. Where's Fang Zhao? He asked. He just stepped into his office. Ji Polan pointed to Fang Zhao's office. As Duong approached Fang Zhao's office, Fang Zhao was getting ready to head out. Boss Du. Great timing. I was about to go to you, Fang Zhao said. I'm about to start recording my first single. Can you book a recording studio for me? The song is ready. Duong took the paper score Fang Zhao handed over and uploaded the encrypted demo file. He pulled out his headsets and gave it a listen. He was also curious how Fang Zhao's song was coming along. He was a bit baffled by the score, but once he heard the demo, it came together. No wonder the score looked weird. So Fang Zhao had decided on this style. Duong lifted his head abruptly and gazed at Fang Zhao. Did you compose this yourself? Yes. This is the song you're making a music video for? Duong raised his voice, prompting the movers nearby to look his way. Yes. Fang Zhao wasn't too alarmed by Duong's response. Hold on. Put everything on hold. Wait until you hear from me. Duong dashed out. As for the original purpose of his visit, who gave a damn? Duong had only one mission now, to talk this over with someone. He needed to decide if he would actually release the single. The head of the arrangement department, Ye Erlin, and the operations head, Julian, were quickly summoned. I say, old Du, what's the hurry? What's wrong? Have things gone south on the virtual idol project? Let me put this out there, I'm not going to get involved with the virtual idol project, Ye Erlin said as he stepped into Duong's office with Julian. Duong didn't speak, instead handing over 2 pairs of headsets he had prepared for the two. What's going on? So secretive. Ye Erlin wore the headsets reluctantly, but soon enough, he was hooked. Julian's expression also indicated her surprise. Where did you get this? Is this a new Pegasus release? No, Ye Erlin blurted before Duong could answer. At first glance, it's a similar style, but there's still a big discrepancy. This is not a Pegasus song. Not to mention that a Pegasus demo wouldn't be this crude. The Pegasus that Ye Erlin and Julian referred to was Flying Pegasus, a leading cooperative under Silver Wing. Ye Erlin had tried to join several times, to no avail. Flying Pegasus was home to Silver Wing's top composers and arrangers, the cream of the crop. But if this isn't a Pegasus song, who composed it? Julian wasn't an expert in composition or arrangement, but she knew this song would make waves if released. Besides a Pegasus member, who else could compose a song like this? If such a talent existed, he or she would have been recruited by Pegasus already. That's right, old Du, who wrote this? Who? Erlen demanded. Julian was a music outsider, but as a veteran arranger, he was already blown away by many aspects of the incomplete demo. Duong wore a look of mixed feelings, proud, a bit sad, among other emotions. He paused before saying, Fang Zhao. Who? Duong rubbed his ears, which had just been pierced by two sharp cries, and sighed. The composer is Fang Zhao. Erlen and Julian were speechless but glared at Duong with the same expression, your F***king messing with me. Sigh, I'm not lying. I got this from the kid. As soon as I got it, I called you guys. Erlen took a deep breath. He was still in disbelief. Fang Zhao can produce something like this, at his age. What about his age? Don't forget how well he did in the new talent contest. Duong hated when others dissed his composers. But this song is completely different from his entry in the new talent contest. This is. Erlen was agitated. He didn't finish his sentence. He wouldn't jump to conclusions until hearing the full song. Alright, let's cut the bullsh*t. I've invited you here to help me decide. So what do you say, do I release this song or not? Will something go wrong if I do? Duong asked. Of course. Why not? Erlen was more excited than Duong. Duong shifted his gaze to Julian, waiting for her response. If Julian disagreed, even if they recorded the song, it wouldn't see the light of day. Julian returned the stare and smiled gently. I agree with Erlen. It'd be such a shame not to release a song like this. I, for one, want to hear the complete version. Julian was a big fan of Flying Pegasus work, yet the cooperative rarely released complete songs, even if you were willing to pay for a download. Lowly managers like her weren't qualified to commission Pegasus members either. Alright, we'll release it, then. Fang Zhao said he can start recording right away. As for the recording studio, Duong gave Erlen a glance. I'll book a studio for him. Erlen was close with the folks who ran the recording studios. It was easier for him to pull strings. Erlen had trouble breathing. He couldn't wait to see the look on their faces when the Pegasus members heard this song. Before anyone knew it, it was mid-September. Newcomer status only lasted for a year. After the new season of the new talent contest that kicked off in June, Fang Zhao had disappeared from the newcomers chart for nearly a season. The chart was filled with new songs. Last season's entries were replaced by new singles. Nonetheless, leading the charts were still the two virtual idols, Sun Hui and Fei Lizi. They just swapped their previous songs for new ones. Fang Zhao had long been forgotten. Perhaps some still remembered that hit song from last season, the dark horse that emerged toward the end of the season, but the internet suffered from amnesia. In an era of a rapid change, memories were shortened, and the masses were at the mercy of the constant influx of new things. Fang Zhao sat in the huge terraced auditorium listening to the lecturer outline the evolution of virtual idols and offer insight into the charisma of hit virtual idols. Virtual reality is an art. By expanding reality with virtual imagination, the real and the virtual feed off each other. The classroom with a capacity of several thousand was sparsely filled, only about a tenth full. Fang Zhao jotted notes by hand on his notebook. He stayed away from electronic gadgets. A few of the students in the classroom recognized Fang Zhao. As a distinguished alum, he was a regular topic on internal message boards. Some of the students who didn't know the full story were wondering why he was auditing the class. When they were told the reason by fellow classmates, they felt bad for him and threw him sympathetic glances. To imagine what other outstanding alums from his class were up to and contrast that to Fang Zhao auditing an unpopular class by his lonesome self, what could they say? However talented he was, he couldn't stave off a formidable streak of bad luck. It really was such a pity. After the class ended, the students departed in groups of 2 or 3. Fang Zhao also collected his belongings and was planning to head back to the office. Fang Zhao. Chu Hong approached from the lectern and interrupted Fang Zhao. Are you able to follow my lectures? Chu Hong asked. He wasn't being patronizing. It was just that he knew that his class was quite offbeat, plus Fang Zhao had never completed coursework on virtual idols before. He wasn't sure if he was going too fast for Fang Zhao. Chu Guang had briefed him on Fang Zhao. He had to at least make a gesture. I'm okay, Fang Zhao responded. In fact, he had already covered the bulk of Chu Hong's lectures in online classes. He was auditing to get more insight. Feel free to ask me any questions. I heard from Chu Guang that you've been busy with your virtual idol project. How is it coming along? Chu Hong asked. Not bad. We're almost done. Good to hear. Chu Hong held back. In any case, he wouldn't get too many answers if he probed. Projects like this were confidential and couldn't be shared with outsiders, so Chu Hong didn't ask specific questions about his progress. He just asked Fang Zhao if he wanted general pointers from a scholar who specialized on the topic and shared thoughts on what stood out about the hit virtual idols of the day. Virtual idols these days, first and foremost, they have to be good-looking. That's basic. You're aware of this, right? Yes, of course. Fang Zhao nodded. Then what does your virtual idol look like? Chu Hong was quite curious what a virtual idol designed by an outsider, a composition major, would look like. Can't say it's good-looking, Fang Zhao responded. If he was being so diplomatic, that meant it was ugly. Chu Hong was troubled. If even its looks were in question, what could he do to help? When Fang Zhao left, Chu Hong sent Chu Guang a text message. That classmate of yours, Fang Zhao. How's his virtual project idol coming along? Have you seen what it looks like? Chu Guang happened to be free, so he initiated a video conference when he saw the message. I heard the project is almost done and the virtual idol may be launched soon. As for what it looks like, I haven't seen it. Boss Du has been quite vigilant about keeping it under wraps and won't entertain questions about it, Chu Guang said. Then it probably won't end well. Recalling that Fang Zhao had said the virtual idol wasn't good-looking and considering he was a producer new to virtual idols, Chu Hong wasn't optimistic. People within the company aren't bullish either, but Boss Du has been acting weird. He's often holed up in his office with 2 other department heads. Their discussions can last 2 or 3 hours. Regardless of what they're up to, you should be preparing your song for the last season, no? I heard from your mother that she hired her old teacher to tutor you. This one should take the number 3 spot, no? Just yesterday, your mother was complaining that, if not for the 2 virtual idols, you'd be shooting for the top spot. Chu Hong smiled. Chu Guang responded in a relaxed tone, number 3 shouldn't be a problem. It wasn't just Chu Guang. Everyone else in the industry was paying close attention to the final season of the year. The final season of the year was about to kick off. Singers that had done well in the 3 previous seasons were eyeing a good finish to the year. A strong finish on the new Pioneers chart in the final season could translate to a higher end-of-year bonus. A rough pecking order had been determined by the preceding seasons and the major labels had reallocated their budgets accordingly. The top performers saw their marketing budgets beefed up and the underperformers received less backing. Both Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment were planning on giving their virtual idols an extra push in the final season. Their first movies were coming out and promotional campaigns were already underway. All eyes were on the final battle. Even the popular webcast, Prairie Fire, had proclaimed that the final season was a duel between Tongshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture. Which of the 2 virtual idol newcomers, Sun Huai or Fei Lizhi, would claim final victory? The program had coined the phrase Yenzhou Derby, suggesting a clash of titans between Yanzhou's two strongest entertainment companies. But Silver Wing supporters went hee-hee when they saw the phrase. Yanzhou Derby? What about us? So the so-called Big Three of Yanzhou was just bullsh*t. Had Silver Wing disappeared? Under fierce attack from Silver Wing supporters, the pundits explained that Yanzhou Derby referred to the two Yanzhou labels that produced the best virtual idols, nothing more. But anyone with a brain would realize that it was an intentional slight. The phrase would suggest to the ordinary masses who didn't know the industry well that the only major record labels in Yanzhou were Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment. But there wasn't much Silver Wing could do. Virtual idols were indeed their Achilles heel, and it was a brutal wound that bled badly. Some media outlets even started a bet called Eye on Yanzhou Derby, encouraging punters to submit their picks for the top spot on the year-end new talent chart. As the buzz around the contest heated up, the two major virtual idol newcomers, Sun Hui and Fei Lizi, saw their stock rise even further, just as their companies had expected. Amid a sea of speculation from industry insiders and outsiders, September passed and October loomed. The final season of the year was about to begin. October 1st. Without any warning or advance advertising, Julian launched a full-court press when the clock struck 8. The newcomers were ranked according to marketing budget. At the outset, they all received the same backing and were launched in no specific order, whoever was ready first debuted first. After taking part in the new talent contest, budgets were allocated based on performance and by company discretion. The better your prospects, the more exposure you got. The priority list for the final season of the new talent contest. Number 1, Divine Punishment, performed by Polar Light, composer Polar Light. Number 2, The Lavish Dance, performed by Enoch, composer Chu Guang. Chu Guang was dumbfounded when he saw the list. This was not what had been discussed. How come he was ranked second? His main competitor, Rong Zheng, was pushed to number 3. Where did number 1 come from? How did it merit the top spot? Who was Polar Light? At first glance, he thought there was a typo in the top spot. Chu Guang was even more pissed off when he saw the music video label after Divine Punishment. He thought only he and Rong Zheng were given the music video treatment, because they did well in the previous season. How come this newbie who parachuted in got a music video? Then he noticed the singer and composer were the same, and factored in the music video. It was if King Virtual Idol launch. Chu Guang was puzzled, but he wouldn't question the decision before getting to the bottom of things. He wanted to listen to the song first. Did Julian place the song first because of quality or because virtual idols were given special preference? There were many screening rooms at Silver Wing. Some of the offices also had the audio-visual equipment to play music videos. After signing with the label, Chu Guang was given his own office. A fully equipped screening room was located near where the newcomers were housed, so Chu Guang planned on heading to that screening room and playing the song on the audio-visual system there, to see what kind of song merited the top spot. But before he arrived, he noticed that Rong Zheng and a group of other newcomers had already shown up. Rong Zheng's expression was one of bafflement, surprise and disbelief, but not the look of someone who felt robbed. "Oh, you're here too. Let's listen to it together." Rong Zheng pointed to a seat on the side. Chu Guang sat in his seat and took in the holographic image projected by the audiovisual system. The top-of-the-line stereo system delivered every note clearly. Was it techno, rock, or another genre? When the music started, Chu Guang was shocked to discover it was none of the above. The music video. A vast, lush forest that projected vitality. The flowers, plants, and trees were all anthropomorphic. The branches had eyes, noses, and mouths. They had peaceful faces. The blue skies were abruptly tainted with a coat of red. A horn sounded an unsettling melody on a low register. The seemingly inchoate notes suggested a growing anxiety. The symphonic arrangement resembled a whimper, suggesting imminent disaster. A symphonic structure. Chu Guang was so shocked he almost stood up. In the music video, fiery meteors hurled toward Earth. Panicked human beings fell into deep despair before the unexpected crevices. The heavy drumming resembled the sound of rolling thunder. It grew in volume and pace, delivering an unsettling shudder. Bang bang. Bang bang. It could have been the landing of the meteors, the collapse of the landscape, or the heavy beating of someone's heart. Panic and fear spread. After the deafening clash of percussion and strings, a low voice sang. Unlike the ebullient, wholesome opera technique that Chu Guang was familiar with, this voice was wild and unkempt, a mournful sigh emerging from the tree silhouette the camera had focused on. The voice had an amazing energy that radiated from the sound system and imprinted itself on every nerve of the brain. A tense string score re-emerged and the drums found a measured, upbeat rhythm. The various tones created by the electronic synthesizer suggested a darkening mood. An invisible thunder invaded the universe. Planet Earth was sick. The combination of heavy percussion and wailing woodwind foreshadowed the ruthless, violent character of mutated animals. The savage beasts lurked everywhere. A trail of destruction engulfed the landscape. One after another, towering trees that had been around forever toppled one after another. Some were struck by meteors, others overturned by the massive tremor that broke the surface of the planet. There were also some torn to bits by the silhouettes darting about. Trampled by unrelenting catastrophe, every form of life inevitably marched toward death. In the face of total destruction, everyone and everything was reduced to specks. The sun was blocked by thick smog and the lingering warmth trapped in the atmosphere dwindled amid the tragedy popping up everywhere. A piano and woodwind combination made for the end of days theme, ushering in stark images of bodies scattered across the land. The intricately layered string score and the tastefully structured arrangement, coupled with a top-notch sound system, delivered the melody to the human brain with the utmost authenticity. It felt like a supernatural power was tugging at your soul, easily parachuting you into those war-torn times. The symphonic bass foundation conveyed a weighty sense of history. Even if you closed your eyes, images of jadedness, turbulence, suffering, and the dilapidated earth surfaced. It was a period everyone in the new era knew about. The 100-year period of destruction. A refined, low-register piano melody resembling a painful sob accompanied scenes of wasteland. Electronic music transcended the limited range of traditional instruments, creating a chilling atmosphere with a conventional arrangement, like a mysterious music whisperer. The tone shifted again, this time reinforcing the sense of restlessness and the anxious, panicked mood. Scenes of chaos and gore inundated this sick planet. There were countless casualties. Once lush forests were depleted to a pathetic state. Mutated beasts ravaged the bodies of innocent souls. Seas of fire erupted everywhere. The silhouette the camera focused on examining its surroundings, its eyes revealing a deep sorrow and helplessness. Was this the end of days? Were the days of earthly life numbered as a result? The figure started humming in a deep voice. The hum seemed to stem from the bottom of his heart, it mourned the death of souls and the uncertain future that lay ahead. The melody picked up. A melancholic woodwind score mixed with a steady percussion beat that resembled rolling stones. The heavy beat and extended notes seemed to suggest the silhouette's indecision, but a blaring horn broke through, rekindling the hope of survival. Danger was approaching. This land was no longer fit for living. Should he curl up in a dark corner and pray for Lady Luck to save his scalp? Or should he forge a way out? Straddling the threshold between light and darkness, mired in blood and fire, he had a decision to make. The tempo of the melody shifted, as if a turning point had been reached. A quirky flute solo combined with the synthesizer picked up the pace. After a brief pause, the tone became spirited. The silence of percolating thoughts, pierced by the determination of a charging bull. A modulating piano melody and firm strikes of the timpani shattered the lingering doubt, signaling the muted triumph of rebirth after surviving dire straits and capturing a volcanic eruption of unfettered masculine pride. Once deeply buried in the ground, his roots freed themselves from the encumbering earth and burst to the surface, transforming into leg-like limbs. His verdant green leaves receded and his thick branches shrank. Finally, he took his first step. An excited human voice emerged, projecting a powerful aura that sent every hair on your body standing. It felt like a storm was afoot. Can't let it go. And can't call it quits. Hope still exists. March forward. Despite the thorny path ahead. It was the first time in his life that he had stood erect on this land. He didn't know how long it would take to find a destination, but now that he had planted his first step, he could take the next 1,000, the next 10,000. The laws of nature prevailed, but uncertainty and patterns existed side by side. One decision could bring about a change of fate. He turned back to look at his compatriots. The weak light of dawn seeped through as a horn sounded a wake-up call. The piercing siren was followed by a spirited chorus of indeterminable sighs, which augured the determination and gall to take the world by storm. 1 tree, 2 trees, 10, 100. A flurry of shadows flapped like butterflies. Thousands of survivors broke free of the earth, taking a cue from their leader and transforming into ambling figures. They were about to leave the land that nourished them and hit the road once and for all. But from that moment on, they need no longer cower. No one was born with endurance, but for survival's sake, why not take a first step? There was no room for retreat. To survive, they could only move forward. Maybe there was some place on earth where they could keep living. The symphony lingered on a long note and a drum beat suggested rolling thunder harbored by the clouds. A new chapter was forthcoming. The screen showed a dense, packed cluster of countless departing survivors on one side, and the fluttering shadows of demons amid a bloodied, dusty atmosphere on another. Fade to black. The credits rolled. Leading man, Polar Light. Species, Longxiang Tianluo. Song title, 100 Years of Destruction, First Movement, Divine Punishment, Producer Fang Zhao. Production Team, Polar Light Project Team, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wan, Song Miao, Pang Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Ji Polan, Beiji. A Silver Wing Media production. The music and footage ended at the same time. The audience in the screening room let out deep breaths, as if they had just been suffocated for a long time, recovering from the chills sent down their spines. This is. Chu Guang didn't have the guts to mutter the word he had in mind. He questioned his judgment, yet his sense of injustice had vanished. He was a lesser composer. The arrangement department. Ye Erlin has just hosted a screening for his staff. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if taking in a lingering fragrance in the air. Do you smell it? Ye Erlin whispered to the arrangers sitting beside him. What? They were still in a trance. The smell of an epic. There was a genre in the new era distinct from pop music and the repeatedly covered classic songs. Maybe it didn't have many fans, but no one could dispute its status. It evoked life and death situations, rebirth in extreme circumstances, the vastness of the universe and the enormity of the galaxy. It captured boundless dreams and hope, the beauty of human life, and miracles in dire times, its awesome power derived straight from the soul. People called it the epic. Epic. That was the word Ye Erlin refrained from using when he'd heard the demo, the same word Chu Guang had hesitated to utter. When he listened to the demo, Ye Erlin wasn't sure how the final product would turn out, so he didn't want to jump to conclusions. Symphonic songs weren't easy to pin down. It was hard to craft a satisfactory track without sufficient experience and sensitivity and the ability to steer the overall piece. Even Ye Erlin wasn't confident he could execute a song to such perfection. That's why, when he'd first heard the demo, Ye Erlin had questioned Fang Zhao's ability. He seemed too young, hardly someone who could compose and harness a song like that. But when he heard the final cut, Erlin realized Fang Zhao handled details like intensity and tempo perfectly. He blended a symphonic score and electronic music from the new era seamlessly, carefully crafting a layered texture and engaging plot. The powerful yet subtle melody beautifully conveyed the mood of the music video. Accustomed to cute, lively ballads, the passion and vigor of dance tracks and other musical styles, this was the first time Rongzheng, Chu Guang, and company were exposed to the grand narrative of an epic. Captivated by the magnificent melody, every listener was transported to those dangerous times, traveling through the layers of bloodied smog to witness the evolution of a race, tracing their footsteps one by one. 'Twas the end of days, the cry of survival. A melody and voice so powerful they penetrated your bones. Now that was an epic in Erlin's book. That perfect blend of score and singer lent itself to an incredible, awesome effect and impact. That was beyond doubt. Yes or no? Perhaps we'll find out this afternoon. Yet Erlin had underestimated the industry response. It didn't take the whole day. October 1st, 9 a.m., an hour after Divine Punishment was released. The most respected music publication in Yenzhou, Voice of Yenzhou, founded by the Yenzhou Music Association, posted this review. Polar Light is the first virtual idol to debut with an epic in the new era. An epic debut. A definitive review. By the most authoritative industry publication. No one could dispute that. The epic label also meant that the upcoming season of the new talent contest was destined to be a bloody battle. No, maybe it went beyond the new Pioneers chart. Maybe it would develop into a storm that sucked in the entire Yenzhou music industry. Calling it subversion wouldn't be an overstatement. It had disrupted the planning of so many others. There was a reason why Erlin and Chu Guang didn't classify the song as an epic lightly. Setting aside the quality of the piece itself, this was still an unprecedented feat. There had been epic pieces before. The big three, Silver Wing Media, Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment, all boasted their own elite cooperatives. Silver Wing had Flying Pegasus, Neon Culture had Metal Torrent, and Tongshan True Entertainment was home to Fourth Dimension. They were all capable of producing epic works. The same went for the other top music cooperatives in other parts of the world, not just Yenzhou. The music they produced was copyrighted. It was never positioned as pop music and their target audience was never the average consumer. These cooperatives usually only composed for projects with hundreds of millions in profit at stake, like blockbusters, hit TV shows, ads, and online games. Or the biggest of superstars. They always enjoyed a heavenly existence. And every project was kept tightly under wraps. There were no leaks. That was why these elite cooperatives had special status within their respective record labels. Even a department head like Julian carried no weight with them. She wasn't kidding when she'd said she had trouble obtaining a full song from Flying Pegasus. When outside companies or entities wanted to use the work of these elite cooperatives, they had to pay up, and it was beyond what the average consumer could afford. 4 figures was a minimum, and that only bought you a limited license that lasted a few days or a few months. It depended. If you wanted to own a song outright, the pricing was even higher. Word was a piece composed by Flying Pegasus was sold for 7 figures to a video game studio last year. No one knew the exact amount. No one could vouch for the quality of the song because no one had heard it. The rumor was it wasn't an epic piece. If it were, it would have cost even more. That was why, when Silver Wing launched a virtual idol with an epic song, it sent jaws dropping everywhere. Are they nuts? That was the response of the Fei Lizzy project team at Neon Culture. Had the folks at Silver Wing lost it? An epic song for a virtual idol with uncertain prospects. This was no ordinary song. It was golden. If the Metal Torrent Cooperative at Neon Culture produced such a song, they would never waste it on a new virtual idol. Silver Wing's behavior was downright crazy, wasteful, and incomprehensible. It was like using a dragon-slaying sword to chop garlic. Even if Silver Wing could stomach it, other bystanders felt the pain. The community of composers was also blown away by this costly investment. So Flying Pegasus had quietly, secretly crafted a virtual idol. And everyone thought they were working on the score for a year-end blockbuster. They never would have guessed. Insiders at that level maintained a certain level of contact. So when Divine Punishment was released, Flying Pegasus members kept being pestered, but no one found out anything. It's okay. I understand if you can't say anything. No need to explain. You have your considerations. The folks calling Flying Pegasus started answering their own questions. But the composers at Flying Pegasus were equally dumbfounded. Wait, what do you understand? Please explain. What considerations? How come we were kept in the dark? Who wrote that song? How come Silver Wing had signed such a great talent and we didn't know about it? The head of Flying Pegasus clutched his chest with a shivering hand after hanging up the phone again. Heartbreaking. An epic. Used to launch a virtual idol. He wanted to find out who had made such a wasteful decision. After swallowing a pill handed to him by an assistant, the head of Flying Pegasus couldn't sit still. He got up and punched his intercom. He was going to complain to the head of the label. The music industry was abuzz with heated discussion, and outsiders were equally excited. A song deemed hefty enough to back an epic film by an authoritative publication was used to launch a virtual idol. It was the equivalent of rolling out a red carpet made with gold bricks. What do I hear? Money. Tons of money. No, what you're hearing is the sound of gold bricks. Gold bricks. A gold brick you could purchase for $1. Even music fans uninterested in epic scores couldn't help downloading the song. Only the song was available for download. The music video could only be added to a playlist. Everyone who watched the music video shared the same thought. How come it feels like this is just the beginning? You're spot on. It is just the beginning. Didn't you see the words "first movement" at the end of the video? It's the end of the year. I think Silver Wing is up to something. I think Silver Wing is up to something too. Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment created such a frenzy with their virtual idols, while Silver Wing kept a low profile. Turns out they were holding back a secret weapon. They've made their first move. A second move is coming, no? Am I the only person who noticed the name Fang Zhao? No matter what, Divine Punishment, being deemed an epic by industry authorities, caused countless ripples. Everyone at Silver Wing was shocked except for Duong, Julian, and Erlin. After reading the review, Duong and company rushed to the 50th floor. Today marked the official launch of Polar Light, so the entire virtual idol project team was there. They were celebrating when the trio arrived. Zhu Wen and Zheng Huang weren't music fans, but they knew what the review meant for Polar Light's debut. When Duong and company arrived, they locked the elevator doors so no curious outsiders could bother them. Duong was so excited he forgot what he wanted to say when he opened his mouth. Yet Erlin and Julian shoved him aside when they saw he couldn't manage a syllable after several false starts. Fang Zhao, are you really the composer? Julian asked. Even though she had asked the question many times, she was still skeptical when the review came out. Yes, I wrote the song. Fang Zhao nodded. If I'm not mistaken, there are still other movements in the works. Erlin followed up. Indeed. Fang Zhao had nothing to hide. There are still 3 more movements to go. The trio of department heads took a deep breath. 3 more movements. Have you started recording them? Let us take a look. Duong was anxious to get a head start. I haven't started recording, Fang Zhao responded. Why? Duong asked in a surprised tone. But Fang Zhao was the one who was surprised by the stupid question. I've used up all my funding. Much of their top-notch equipment had a limited shelf life and their rental payments accounted for a good chunk of their $5 million budget, let alone other costly expenditures. Plus the project staff hadn't been paid yet. It was a cliché, but artists had to eat too. Fang Zhao didn't want to mistreat his own people, so when he used up all his funding, he put the project on hold. They would continue whenever they received additional funding. The success of the first movement convinced Fang Zhao that Silver Wing wouldn't pass on such a promising project. That's a loaded question. It finally dawned on Duong and company that the project was only budgeted for $5 million, and that was the result of Du's lobbying. It would have been even less had the original appropriation gone through. Indeed, $5 million was too little considering the success of the project thus far. Fang Zhao and company had done an amazing job just launching Polar Light. Rest assured, I'll lobby the bosses for more funding. It will be more than last time. Plus you'll get decent bonuses, Duong said. Even an idiot knew that Silver Wing finally had a proper virtual idol on its hands. How could it not back the hell out of it? Not to mention a second epic was in the works. This kid was going to become rich. He might even be recruited by Flying Pegasus. That was a goal Ye Erlin had failed to achieve up to this point. Having been dealt a reality check, Duong calmed down somewhat. Speaking of which. Duong scanned the group, his gaze pausing briefly on Zhu Wen and company. Mum's the word. Try to run a tight ship. Zhu Wen struggled not to break into laughter. Understood. Outside observers all thought that Polar Light's epic debut was a secret bomb Silver Wing had held back for the end of the year. When a Silver Wing spokesman was asked about the project in a clip they just watched online, all he could do was maintain his composure and smile, projecting an aura of mystery. But the project team figured the spokesman's back was drenched in sweat. What else could he do but smile and act coy? Say he didn't know about Polar Light? That would be the equivalent of slapping himself in the face. If that was how he answered, Silver Wing would have become the biggest joke in the industry and even gone down in history as such. Silver Wing couldn't afford to lose that much face. After Duong and company left, Fang Zhao was thanked by Bei Ji and Ji Polan. Fang Zhao had listed their names in the credits, which gave them exposure. It was an important boost for any singer or actor. Bei Ji probably didn't expect Fang Zhao to list him in the credits, considering he had only helped out on the 50th floor for 3 days during his break. All he did was haul equipment around for 3 days. Even though he was listed last, he was still excited. His agent had just told him the number of online searches for him would spike considerably. However you looked at it, that was a form of fame as well. He had an edge over other newcomers. So excited. So excited. Hee, ha 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 ha. Bei Ji scampered about ecstatically in the newcomer dorm, behaving like a convulsing lamb. His 3 roommates were jealous. What could they say? You can't control luck. After he was thanked and congratulated by Bei Ji and Ji Polan, Fang Zhao skimmed the comments on the song posted online, getting a sense of the overall response before moving on to the more respected media outlets. They were the opinion leaders on the matter. The hosts of the popular webcast, Prairie Fire, had all forgotten about the Yenzhou Derby they had coined earlier. Now all the talk revolved around Silver Wing's underlying strategy and speculation about its next move. They were convinced that Silver Wing had been working on the virtual idol for some time and all previous rumors were simply a smokescreen. To back up their speculation, Prairie Fire invited experts onto the show. Experts wouldn't lie, no. 2 guests appeared on the live webcast. The first was Professor Bradley, a scholar from the history faculty at Yenzhou University who specialized in the period of destruction. The other was researcher Koda, who studied animal mutations during the period of destruction at the Yenzhou Academy of Science. Both were bona fide experts. Both were genuine leaders in the field. What they said was authoritative. No one questioned the veracity of their research. Bradley analyzed the authenticity of the Divine Punishment music video, the sequence of events and the location and scale of the meteor showers and subsequent earthquakes. His conclusion, the music video was spot on. Although the virtual idol was fiction, the historical backdrop was accurate. He couldn't find any flaws. The music video was better made than many movies about the period of destruction. Professor Koda of the Yenzhou Academy of Science focused on the mutated animals that appeared in the music video. His conclusion, there were no inaccuracies. So many mutated animals appeared during the period of destruction, but the music video got all the minute details right. The production design was so exacting that he wanted to meet the expert consulted for the project. The two hosts acted as if they had landed a major scoop, concluding, therefore, our suspicion is that Silver Wing was backed by a formidable team of consultants comprising the top names in the business. They stayed out of sight because they signed confidentiality agreements. You can tell that Silver Wing put considerable thought into the project. It must have been in the pipeline for some time. On the 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower, Zhu Wen and company shifted their gaze to Fang Zhao. A formidable team of consultants. He. Among outsiders, all eyes were on Silver Wing's next move. In fact, many Silver Wing staffers were wondering too. They were waiting for the company's top brass to respond. This was no ordinary debut. There was too much attention. The higher-ups were also cautious. Didn't you notice the label's chief spokesman could only smile and remain silent? Duong had decided to ask for more funding after conferring with Ye Erlin and Julian in his office. They had heard nothing from senior management so far. Duong wanted to use funding as an excuse to probe. But before he could make his move, he received a text message from his superior. He was so shocked he turned ghastly pale and nearly dropped his cup. What's up, old Du? Ye Erlin and Julian asked, and they saw Duong react the same way a rat did when it ran into a cat. Manager Sher asked us to round up Fang Zhao for a meeting upstairs. Duong responded as he tightened his grip on his cup. You mean us three? Julian pointed at herself. That's right. That's what Manager Sher said. Us three and Fang Zhao. The four of us. Not one less. What floor? Ye Erlin asked. The location of the meeting reflected the rank of the executive who called and led the meeting. The rule of thumb at Silver Wing was the higher the floor, the higher the rank. The meeting was most definitely about the virtual idol project and its epic song. If they found out where the meeting was being held, they could try to figure out the agenda through their connections. Duong took a gulp and pointed upward. Top floor, he said in a shaky voice. Only one person could convene a meeting in the top floor conference room, the big boss. No wonder none of the higher-ups had said anything. They were waiting for the big boss. You mean? Boss Du Duan? Ye Erlin's voice was even shakier. Didn't she go to Huangzhou? How would I know? Duong didn't know what to do. They had expected the label not to handle the matter with kid gloves, but things had evolved beyond their expectations. Someone at Flying Pegasus must have complained to her, Ye Erlin voiced his speculation. Regardless of what went down, let's get ready. I'll get in touch with Fang Zhao. We'll head up to the top floor together. On the 50th floor, Fang Zhao was monitoring the feedback to his release online. He was a bit surprised when he got word from Duong. He didn't expect the big boss to get involved. He got up, sorted out his wrinkled outfit, and then told the others, you guys take a break. I have to head upstairs for a meeting. Where's the meeting? Zhu Wen asked. The top floor conference room. The top floor. Zhu Wen sprang from his seat. Brother, a bit of advice. When you see the big boss, remember these 5 words, no bullsh**, tell the truth. The head of Silver Wing was Duan Qianji, the granddaughter of founder and megastar Duan Yiji. She was in her 70s. Word was that, when Duan Yiji was still alive, a young Duan Qianji enjoyed an active on-screen career under the tutelage of her grandfather. When Duan Yiji passed, Duan Qianji took over Silver Wing. Fang Zhao recalled the research he had done before. There was a limited amount of information online and there were signs it had been doctored. As for the real Duan Qianji, Fang Zhao had never met her and knew little about her. He could only surmise from the reaction of Zhu Wen, Duong, and company that the boss didn't have the best of tempers and wasn't the type of person who smiled all the time. The elevator for rank-and-file employees couldn't reach the top floor. Fang Zhao followed Duong and company into a different elevator. The higher the elevator rose, the more nervous Duong and the two others became, Fang Zhao sensed. Initially, Duong still managed to give Fang Zhao a few pointers, but eventually he turned silent. His whole body stiffened. It seemed as if the air pressure had dipped. The elevator doors opened to reveal a 5-meter-long hallway flanked by cold, metallic walls. Even the sunlight couldn't disperse the invisible chill. After confirming their identities, an expressionless young man waved at them, signaling them to go ahead. Fang Zhao noticed that the man's gaze lingered on him for a few extra seconds. When they entered the conference room, the chit-chat stopped and some 20-odd pairs of eyes shifted their way. Every single person at the table was a senior executive above manager grade. Lowly department heads like Duong normally had no business being there. The discerning and probing gazes were suffocating. Duong and company smiled stiffly. It seemed as though they could hear the heavy beating of their own hearts. Taking a cue from his direct boss, Duong and party walked to the 4 spots at the end of the table. They were the lowest-ranked employees and were seated accordingly. The conference table was an inverted V. The seat at the joint was reserved for the big boss. It was still empty. There was another empty seat by her chair. It was unclear who it was reserved for. Fang Zhao wasn't that nervous. He was checking out the conference room and wondering how the big boss would react. If she wasn't happy with his work, he wasn't going to grovel. In the worst-case scenario, he could leave and take his entire team with him. There were plenty of other record companies who would happily hire them. Less than a minute after they sat down, before other curious senior execs could question them, the doors to the conference room opened again. The buzz that had greeted the arrival of Fang Zhao and company disappeared. It became so quiet every breath could be heard. This wasn't a curious silence. It was driven by fear and pressure. Fang Zhao saw a stern-faced woman walk in with huge strides. Because life expectancy had increased in the new era, even though Duan Qianji was nearly 80, she looked like someone in her 40s from before the apocalypse. There were some wrinkles in the corners of her eyes, but she looked quite sharp. She projected the strong aura of someone in charge. Duan Qianji was trailed by 4 underlings, 2 secretaries and 2 assistants. They didn't show much emotion but seemed more relaxed and less serious than their boss. Another elderly man entered along with Duan Qianji. After she sat down at the head of the table, he took the seat next to her. Fang Zhao scanned the old man and noticed he was wearing a lapel pin with a Pegasus logo. He was from Flying Pegasus. Which one of you is Fang Zhao? Duan Qianji cut to the chase right after she sat down. His head drooped. Duong tapped Fang Zhao beneath the table, signaling him to stand up. His other hand wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He took an imaginary deep breath. If she was going to question Fang Zhao first, did that mean she wasn't upset that they'd taken matters into their own hands? I am. Fang Zhao got up. Zip. Fang Zhao's seat left its original spot and shifted to the empty space in the middle of the conference table, toward the head of the table. Duan Qianji observed Fang Zhao's response. If he were a newcomer attending his first meeting on the top floor, the slightest movement would affect him. But Fang Zhao was unfazed. He wasn't nervous. Instead, he eyed his moving chair curiously. The surrounding gazes didn't get to him one bit. This was no ordinary newcomer. He was too calm for his age. You wrote Divine Punishment? Duan Qianji glared at Fang Zhao when she posed the question. Yes, I wrote it, Fang Zhao said without avoiding Du Qianji's gaze. Sensing no sign of deception, Duan Qianji's expression relaxed somewhat. How many more movements are you planning for your Period of Destruction series? 3 more. Gasps emerged from around the table. It was the same reaction Duong had had when he heard the news. The old man from Flying Pegasus was about to speak, but Duan Qianji raised her hand to interrupt. His eyes flashed panic. Have you recorded the remaining movements? Duan Qianji asked. No, I'm out of funding. Another round of gasps. Duong and company became even more sheepish. You've got guts, kid, asking the big boss for more funding. Duan Qianji paused for 2 seconds, a trace of a smile appearing on her face. 50 million for the second movement and the music video. I want to see a final product before November. No problem. Duan Qianji remembered something and asked, who was the eye model for the music video? Me. And your team of consultants? It was just me. The others at the table glared at Fang Zhao like he was a monster. The manager in charge of film production rolled his eyes and shut his eyelids in contemplation. This time, Duan Qianji paused a little longer. From now on, you're the manager of the Virtual Projects Department and the producer for the Polar Light Project. You'll be in charge of staffing. As for the bonuses for your team, Zhu Zhen will be in touch after the meeting. One of the assistants standing behind Duan Qianji stepped forward and smiled at Fang Zhao. The label prizes its best talent. It sounded like a consolatory remark. Noticing that Fang Zhao was still deep in thought, she asked, anything else? One more thing. Go ahead. Can I bring a dog to work? Duang's head dropped even lower. The mood in the room froze. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The pressure mounted again, reducing Duong and company to labored breathing. Can I bring a dog to work? This was the first time they'd heard someone pose that question to the big boss in the top-floor conference room. Kid, do you have a death wish? You want to bring a dog to work? How about becoming a dog's *TCH instead? Why not capitalize on the opportunity to lobby for more perks instead? What are you thinking? He was indeed too young, or maybe an artist's brain functioned differently. So this was the kind of brain that could produce an epic. After a nearly 30-second silence, Duan Qianji slowly responded, no problem. Like I said, the label prizes its best talent. Of course the special treatment didn't mean that Fang Zhao could roam around the company with his dog. That was restricted to the 50th floor. The Virtual Projects Department was now Fang Zhao's turf. He could do whatever he wanted. Duan Qianji had one demand, that he deliver a satisfactory product. As long as Fang Zhao met that demand, as far as she was concerned, he could bring a zoo to work. So that's the agenda for the Virtual Idol project. I want to see the second movement released before November. Alright, the 4 of you can leave first, Duan Qianji said. Duong raised his head and glanced at his boss. Gleaning from Manager Shi's gaze, he confirmed that Duan Qianji was talking about the 4 of them, meaning their business had been attended to and they could leave. The rest of the meeting was beyond their pay grade. After tapping Fang Zhao, whose chair had returned to its original spot, Fang Zhao led the 4 out of the conference room. Whatever happened behind closed doors after they left was none of their business. Duong and the 2 department heads only dared to breathe when they entered the elevator. It looked like they'd been reborn. Ye Erlin was still clutching his chest. I was scared ***less. ***less. Hey, Fang Zhao, weren't you scared? Why would I be scared? Fang Zhao asked. Julian looked at the peaceful Fang Zhao and recalled his bold question in the conference room, then took in the Ye Erlin still drenched in cold sweat and shook her head. Both were creative types. How come they were so different? No matter what, congrats on the promotion, Fang Zhao, Julian said with a laugh. They used to be able to pull rank on him, but from the moment they left the conference room, Fang Zhao was no longer junior to them. Judging from his new title, he was actually more senior, except he didn't wield much real authority. But if his second movement also became a hit. Fang Zhao. Duong grabbed Fang Zhao's arm tightly and stared at him with a strange gaze. The nerves that paralyzed him during the meeting were gone, replaced with excitement and disbelief. Fang Zhao, the second movement must be a success. Duong wasn't mad that he'd lost oversight of the project. He could tell from his boss's gaze that he would be receiving a decent bonus too. Plus, he'd never wanted to manage the virtual projects department. He wasn't upset. He was thinking about something else. In the new era, commercial entertainment was never limited to one medium, be it real idols or virtual idols. They were never confined to the music industry only. Pop music was only the tip of the iceberg. It was always part of a broader strategic plan. Take the virtual idols Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment launched, for example. After their songs charted well, they began to plot their movie careers. Silver Wings Real Idols followed a similar path. The difference was that, since Silver Wings' founding, none of its virtual idols had received this kind of backing from the label. But Duong had sensed a shifting landscape when he'd left the conference room today. Why had Duan Xianji lavished so many perks on Fang Zhao? Even someone from Flying Pegasus might not have received that kind of treatment. Something had to be lined up for him, pending the launch of the second movement. Now it's up to you to record the second movement. Duong could only confirm his speculation if the second chapter was also a success. Fang Zhao didn't know how much longer the meeting on the top floor lasted after they left, but less than an hour after he returned to the 50th floor, Silver Wings' chief spokesman mentioned Polar Light in an interview. He still maintained that calm smile. No one could tell what he was thinking and he didn't reveal much, only saying fans should expect a second chapter. He continued to play coy, not announcing a release date, but Duong was willing to bet that the spokesman felt more confident. Duan Xinji's assistant, Zhu Zhen, had already sent Fang Zhao a bonus breakdown. The people who actually worked on the project, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Song Miao and Pang Pusong, were each awarded $100,000. Zhu Wen, the chief technician, got $300,000. Fang Zhao, the producer, received $1 million. That was strictly a bonus. He would also get a cut of his song's profits next month. The second round of funding was also in place. They could start working on the second chapter right away. After consulting Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, and Pang Pusong, Fang Zhao changed their status to full-time employees. After becoming a full-time staffer, Pang Pusong felt he could carry himself with more gusto. After signing his new contract, he notified his mother and told her he wanted to buy her a gift. Song Miao was planning on using her bonus to buy the dress she'd spotted last time. Zheng Huang and Wan Yu were wondering if they should buy the flat they were considering. Zhu Wen, what are you going to buy? Zheng Huang asked after noticing the technician remaining silent. Me? I've already bought something. He turned on the screen of his bracelet and showed the group a settings page. I've upgraded my gaming gear. What's the point of having money and not enhancing the gaming experience? Zheng Huang, whatever makes you happy. Boss, what are you going to get? Zhu Wen asked Fang Zhao, now addressing him differently. Fang Zhao was reading a text message he'd just received. Zhu Zhen, the chairwoman's assistant, says she's sending us 2 flying cars. She wants us to check our garage to make sure they aren't cluttered. Flying cars? Zhu Wen forgot about his gaming upgrade and jogged to the garage. Every floor above the 20th was equipped with a garage. So was the 50th, but the department had been gutted and nothing was left. Only a few staffers had remained, and they had been dirt poor. Things had only improved when Fang Zhao arrived, but they had still been on a tight budget. They'd rented their equipment by the hour, otherwise, they would have gone over budget. Now they were rich. I checked. The garage is empty. Zhu Wen opened the garage door. Soon, someone delivered 2 flying cars, each emblazoned with a pair of silver wings. They were also company cars, but these 2 were much better than the one Fang Zhao saw Fang Sheng arrive in on his Black Street. That wasn't to say that Silver Wings cars were better than Neon Cultures. The make of the car was a function of one's status within the company. The higher your position, the more the label valued you and the better your car. The 2 cars were department property, not for personal use. They were there for emergencies, so the department didn't have to beg other departments for transportation. Zhu Wen fondled the 2 cars lovingly top to bottom, even their wheels. I decided not to game today. I'm going to go for a spin instead. Boss, didn't you want to head home for a bit? I'll drive you, Zhu Wen said. Fang Zhao gave his staff the day off. They would start piling on the overtime again tomorrow. They would be living at the office for some time, although with only the few of them occupying the whole floor, everyone would get their own office. Plus there was a lounge. It wasn't a hardship. It was easier living at the office. Food-wise, Fang Zhao also treated them well. Meals from the company cafeteria weren't great, but they weren't bad. By the time Zhu Wen drove Fang Zhao to his Black Street, it was already dark. Fang Zhao didn't have Zhu Wen drop him off at his building entrance. There was more traffic at night. Various forms of transportation were out and about, zigzagging in the airspace, and Zhu Wen was an average driver. So for safety's sake, Fang Zhao got off at a train station. He took the elevator to ground level and walked toward his building. Black streets were noisier at night. Many of the street lamps were broken and left unrepaired. The streets were illuminated by shop signs on both sides. Fang Zhao kept walking, pondering how to go about the second movement of his series at the same time. He stopped suddenly. He had reached a street corner. There were no shops on either side and the street lamps were busted. He was about 100 meters from the busy stretch of the street. What stopped Fang Zhao was the 4 people standing in front of him. One held a gun that was pointed at Fang Zhao. The 4 men were wearing black masks and had scrambled their voices. Be smart and transfer $1,000 to this account. One of the young men, wearing a biker jacket, flashed a card with an account number written on it with fluorescent ink. He knew instantly that this was a repeat offender who specialized in extorting bank transfers. After he got over the shock, Fang Zhao couldn't help laughing. Even when he'd learned about his promotion, that he could requisition resources from other departments to produce his second movement, when people were flattering him, he hadn't laughed. How long had it been since he'd had a gun pointed at him? Fang Zhao couldn't remember. The gunman didn't know what Fang Zhao was laughing about. He was wondering why Fang Zhao's response was so odd. Wouldn't a normal person tremble and make the transfer? Is he nuts or crazy? The 4 robbers gauged Fang Zhao again. Whatever, the robbery was the pressing matter at hand. Transfer the money, hurry, the gunman urged. You just got the gun today, didn't you? Fang Zhao walked toward the gunman. What? Stop, or I'll shoot. Is this your first time using a gun? Fang Zhao pressed forward. None of your business. Stop, you hear me? Your hands are shaking. I told you, I'm going to shoot if you keep walking. Do you know what they called someone like you in my times? The quartet stared at Fang Zhao, puzzled by what this fellow who looked no older than them meant. Fang Zhao smiled at the 4 robbers. A little bastard. Bang! It was a dark corner and the gunshot wasn't that loud, so it didn't draw much attention on a busy Black Street at night. Some shops were playing music at deafening volumes, their employees were completely clueless. Yuqin was taking payment at his counter. He raised his head abruptly and looked in the direction of the gunshot. It might have eluded others, but it stood out to him amid the clutter of other noises. He couldn't hear it clearly, but he instinctively knew it was a gunshot. His shop was quite crowded, so Yuqing didn't head outside. He sat at his counter, adjusted the surveillance camera installed at his entrance, and watched his monitor. The street corner was a short distance away and his camera had limited coverage. A few secondary school students riding their skateboards passed by, joking among themselves. Not them. A few drunken men mumbling as they leaned on each other. Not them either. Huh. Yuqing spotted someone on his monitor. Fang Zhao. He was carrying something in his hands. Yuqing zoomed in and realized it was only a takeout box from a neighboring barbecue restaurant. Fang Zhao showed up in Yuqing's shop soon. Overtime? Yuqing asked with a smile and probing eyes. It's a busy time at work, but it'll start getting even busier from now on. I might be gone for a few days straight starting tomorrow. I'm just going to crash at the office. Fang Zhao opened his takeout box. He handed Yuqing a piece of barbecued meat. Have some. Thanks. The barbecued meat at that joint is decent. They get their meat from Muzhou. It isn't hybrid meat. Offered food, Yuqing flashed a wide grin. He pulled a bottle of liquor from a shelf and offered Fang Zhao a glass. Bonus? Yuqing asked. He knew the barbecued meat wasn't cheap. People in the neighborhood typically dined on compressed synthetic food. Real barbecued meat was a luxury on a black street. A palm-sized piece cost $200 or $300. Yuqing indulged himself only once or twice a month. Yep. That's why I splurged. Fang Zhao handed Yuqing another piece. That's right, your new song sounds great. I downloaded it. The music video looks good too. I recommended it to my old comrades. They enjoyed it too. I heard in the news today that you're about to release your second single. Yuqing asked. Hence the overtime. I'm rooting for you. We'll be waiting for your new release, Fang Zhao bought 10 pieces of barbecued meat. He and Yuqing each had 3 pieces and he saved another 3 for AI1. AI1 had said he was too busy to drop by and asked Fang Zhao to leave the pieces with Yuqing. He would pick them up when things died down at his shop. Fang Zhao brought the remaining piece in the takeout box upstairs. Inside his shop, Yuqing slapped his forehead. He was so busy eating and drinking he'd forgotten to ask Fang Zhao if he'd seen anything unusual at the street corner, but it probably had nothing to with that kid. Then who was it? Yuqing pulled up his surveillance monitor and started watching the people who passed by. Around dusk something went down on the street behind his shop. It was a violent dispute but no one was killed. Yuqing also learned that a gun was lost. But a lost firearm wasn't something people discussed publicly. After all, it wasn't a legal gun. Most of the guns in circulation on black streets were made in underground workshops. They were never registered and no one advertised when they went missing. But he didn't nail down who had taken the gun. The gunshot from the street corner must have had something to do with the lost gun. Who had taken the gun? Yuqing stared at his monitor for some time but didn't spot anyone suspicious. He eventually gave up. Who cared, as long as trouble didn't come his way. As for Fang Zhao, he had already arrived on the second floor. As soon as he opened his door, Curly Hair approached, wagging his tail violently. The smell of barbecued meat excited it even more. It couldn't stop whining. Fang Zhao scanned the room and didn't see any damage. He fondled the dog on its head. Good job. He placed the piece of barbecued meat on the dog's plate, closed his windows, and drew the curtains. He took off his coat, from which he plucked a gun. The gun was a rather old model, but it was still quite advanced for Fang Zhao's time. There were many improvements. Fang Zhao also removed a mangled bullet from his pocket. So when Yuqing was glued to his monitor searching for suspicious characters who might have picked up the lost gun, Fang Zhao was upstairs studying the gun he'd confiscated. He was a long way from home. He didn't know how to use the current generation of guns, so he had to study up. The next day, Fang Zhao took curly hair downstairs to Yuqing's shop. He would be crashing at his office for some time. He would need Yuqing's help keeping an eye on his second-floor apartment. Ai Wan was there too. He was telling Yuqing about the 4 young men he'd treated at his pharmacy last night. The 4 kids were petty thieves in school and eventually graduated to robbery. Now they had dropped out and continued their life of crime. Their previous marks were outsiders, they robbed small amounts and no one was killed, so Black Street residents turned a blind eye. But their job last night seemed to have gone awry. The 4 of them were badly beaten. Ai Wan had asked them what had happened. Initially, the 4 were tight-lipped, but eventually, Ai Wan got a few words out of them. I'm guessing the 4 kids are the ones who picked up the gun. As for who beat them up, they wouldn't say. They only suffered from flesh wounds. They'll be hurting for a while, but they'll be okay in the long run. The person who attacked them just wanted to teach them a lesson. So the gunshot at the street corner was those 4 kids? Yuqing asked. No way. Those 4 kids had never handled a gun before. Even if they had a gun, they wouldn't have the guts to fire it. Even if they had the guts, they never had the chance to follow through. They were knocked down before they could see their opponent. The shot was fired by their attacker, probably to scare them. One of the 4 kids was so scared he peed. I could smell the piss on him when they arrived at my shop, Yuqing explained animatedly. When he spotted Fang Zhao, Ai Wan greeted him with a smile. The barbecued meat yesterday was great. I hear you'll be stuck at the office for a while. Rest assured, old you and I will keep an eye on your apartment. No one will dare touch your windows. Just treat us to barbecued meat again next time you get a bonus. Sure thing. No problem, Fang Zhao responded succinctly. He was in a hurry. Go, go. Don't worry about your apartment. Yuqing tossed Fang Zhao a bag of compressed biscuits. For your commute. Thanks. Fang Zhao stuck the bag in his pocket and headed out in a hurry, curly hair in tow. As Fang Zhao faded into the background, Ai Wan picked up where he'd left off with Yuqing. Say, which outsider is capable of delivering such a good lashing in this neighborhood? You think it might be that kid? Yuqing pointed at Fang Zhao's silhouette. Ai Wan shook his head firmly. Him. He's a musician. How could he? The 4 kids told me their attacker clearly knew how to handle a gun. But aren't you the only veteran on this street, old you? Yuqing didn't think it was Fang Zhao either. Let me look up the new tenants. After leaving his Black Street, Fang Zhao called a cab because pets were banned from public trains. The first order of business was applying for a permit for his dog. He listed Curly Hair as its name. The dog was only officially adopted when it had a chip implanted. The chip served as its ID. Fang Zhao could locate it wherever it went. And a quick scan would reveal the pet's identity and owner. After registering his pet, Fang Zhao brought it to the company. Staffers on the ground floor were puzzled to see Fang Zhao bringing a dog to work. Then they noticed that he wasn't stopped. The security guards took a quick glance at him and moved on. They had no intention of interfering. I'm not mistaken, right? The person who just passed by was Fang Zhao, no? Yep, and he brought a dog. The things newcomers can get away with these days. He's even younger than you are and he produced an epic, Your information is out of date. My sources tell me that he's been promoted. Fang Zhao ignored the discussion and ducked into the elevator. He was on the phone with Bulai. The body he inherited was weak. He needed to work out. Why, isn't it Manager Fang? Congratulations on the promotion. Bulai's jaded face beamed a warm smile. Thank you. You need more equipment? I can ask the property staff to hold your equipment. No, I was actually wondering if you had any exercise equipment. I don't think so, but I could order some, although the company already has a gym. You want to set one up in your department? That's what I was thinking. No problem. Your floor is quite spacious anyway. Anything else? I'll put them in the same order. Gaming consoles. Manager Fang, you're here to work. I also want the gear for shooting games. I prefer realistic guns. Fang Zhao, you're here to work. Let's go with games that aren't too old. The newer the better. Fang Zhao, you're here to work. Bulai could authorize the gym equipment, but he didn't want to take any flack for the gaming equipment. In his mind, Fang Zhao was still young, and young men lack sufficient willpower. If Fang Zhao got addicted to gaming and didn't complete his project, or if the quality of his work declined, Bulai would have to be held accountable. So when it came to gaming equipment, he deferred to his bosses. He couldn't decide himself. The people Bulai delegated to were efficient and well-equipped. And since an existing space was available, the same with the equipment, tools, and manpower, it was a quick setup. The same afternoon, the virtual idol department on the 50th floor added a 100-square-meter gym. Our own gym. Zhu Wen was especially excited. Sometimes he wanted to work out when he got tired from gaming. No, he meant working. All he could do was jump up and down in his office. The company gym was too crowded. You had to book a time slot in advance. He was also a homebody and weak physically. His parents often urged him to work out, to not alternate between working and gaming. The key to life was exercise, they told him. Now that their department had its own gym, he didn't have to fight for gym time. I actually applied for gaming equipment too, Fang Zhao said. Zhu Wen's ears bolted up immediately. And, he asked eagerly. The request was rejected. Zhu Wen shrank to his original state. What the bosses are thinking is if our second movement is a success, they might sign off, Fang Zhao continued. Then let's bust our asses. Zhu Wen threw hard punches into the air. He felt as if his life had renewed purpose. He was brimming with energy. For him, gaming equipment was a stronger incentive than a cash bonus. Fang Zhao had sent out the timetable for the Polar Light Project and the Division of Labor a long time ago. He didn't want to set individual schedules. Staffers could decide their hours as long as they didn't mess up and stuck to the schedule. The project team met once every 3 days to take stock and deal with issues. One morning, Fang Zhao was running on his treadmill. It was an artificially intelligent treadmill that adjusted to Fang Zhao's pace. Curly hair ran alongside its owner. If Fang Zhao picked up pace, so did curly hair. If Fang Zhao slowed down, it slowed down too. He never tripped on the treadmill. Fang Zhao browsed industry news as he ran. The hit show, Prairie Fire, had turned its sights to Silver Media's Polar Light Project again. It had advertised yesterday that it would invite another expert to weigh in on the project. This time it wasn't a science or history academic, but a master from the music industry. Indeed, Padley was an especially verbose master who had an acid tongue. He had the talent to back it up, but he was quite talkative. Professionals naturally offered a professional perspective, and Padley specialized in symphonies. Fang Zhao's Divine Punishment happened to employ a symphonic structure. That was also why Prairie Fire invited Padley onto the show. He was an expert in the field and had a foul mouth. The ideal guest to generate controversy. Padley didn't trash Divine Punishment. To the contrary, he was full of praise throughout the interview. He zoomed in on every section of the song and expressed the utmost admiration. Of course, he sprinkled in some trash talk as well. As with his previous media appearances, it just didn't feel right unless he started a feud. He was only satisfied when he dissed a few folks. The show generated a lot of discussion, and what surprised people the most was that both Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment praised the epic scale of divine punishment on their own live programs. They didn't seem upset at all that their own virtual idols were crowded out in the charts. They all but crowned Divine Punishment a masterpiece. Both labels said on their shows that they were eagerly anticipating the second chapter of the Polar Light project and predicted it would also be an epic that didn't pale in comparison to the first chapter. That sort of commentary wasn't the exception. You could hear that kind of talk online every day just in Qian alone. When the buzz faded, people would add fuel to the fire. There appeared to be a driving force behind the scenes. Duong was also worried about the situation. He was thinking it was the doing of Tongshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture. Among the top cooperatives at the Big Three, each unit would study the other two when they had downtime, their musical style, patterns in their songs, and so on. Metal Torrent and Fourth Dimension, the leading cooperatives at Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment, had to have noticed that Divine Punishment was quite different from Flying Pegasus' past releases and suspected the composer was an outsider, hence the underhanded tactics to ferret details. They might have identified Fang Zhao already. Silver Wing wasn't a seamless ship. You could always pry out some information. The higher you ascended, the harder the fall. Killing by flattery. Given Fang Zhao's age, hearing such fulsome praise from all these masters would either get to his head or create pressure. Regardless the scenario, it would affect the quality of the second chapter. It was a thin line between an epic and an epic fail. Within Silver Media, people who were familiar with the Polar Light project knew that Duan Qianji had prevented Flying Pegasus from getting involved for a reason. All of Polar Light's chapters would be penned by Fang Zhao alone. No one from Flying Pegasus would take part. It was all on Fang Zhao. No one else could take credit. Even though virtual idol projects normally didn't credit their composers initially, they would be unveiled later on through certain channels. The creators would not go unsung. Pieces produced by Flying Pegasus might have involved some individual work at some point, but at the outset, they were all composed as a cooperative, with the emphasis on Flying Pegasus as a collective. They would only reveal later if a certain person or several people wrote certain songs. Only by promoting the overall brand of Flying Pegasus could they boost the individual worth of its members. By the same token, Fang Zhao's current priority was to promote the virtual idol Polar Light. Everything revolved around Polar Light. They would reveal the creative talent after Polar Light gained a profile. If Fang Zhao was credited when Divine Punishment was released, then he would detract from the popularity of and divert attention away from Polar Light. Duan Qianji had given Fang Zhao a choice, and Fang Zhao had chosen to go solo. She had agreed and kept Flying Pegasus on the sidelines. Now, all eyes were on Fang Zhao, not just outside observers, but within Silver Media. Duan Qianji and other senior executives were also paying close attention, to see whether he could shoulder the challenge of continuing the epic series. Of course, if Fang Zhao felt he was stretched and needed additional support, Duan Qianji would send help from Flying Pegasus, but that meant that, when the credits were announced, it wouldn't be Fang Zhao's name but the Flying Pegasus Cooperative. The other staffers working on the Polar Light project also noticed the commentary. Should we hire a consultant? Zheng Huang asked. He was worried that Fang Zhao was under too much pressure. From top to bottom, the entire label had huge expectations, and killing by flattery was being committed in the media every day. A less steely person would have gone crazy. If Fang Zhao could hole up and focus on composing, maybe he could steer clear of some of the distractions. That would require hiring a consultant. That's right, boss. Why don't you hole up and focus on composing? We can hire a consultant or an additional team, Zhu Wen also proposed. If Fang Zhao were actually a kid in his early 20s, he would definitely be affected by the widespread adulation. He would become too proud or crumble under the pressure. But not Fang Zhao. He didn't live 100+ years in his previous life for nothing. He had weathered countless close calls in the past. A little bit of pressure wasn't enough to rattle him. It's okay. I can handle everything on my own. Fang Zhao could handle the overall artistic vision and manage his staff, but the other members of the team weren't as mentally strong as he was. They were still affected by the pressure, both internally and externally. Even Zhu Wen was making careless mistakes. We're short-staffed. Thus Fang Zhao pronounced at their meeting every 3 days after surveying everyone's progress. My apologies. My focus hasn't been great. But we are indeed short-handed. The music video for the second chapter is even more complicated than the first. It's a tall order to maintain production quality and meet the advanced deadline next month. After starting on the video for the second chapter, Zhu Wen had realized it was more challenging than the one for the first chapter. He also wasn't good at managing large scenes. He made mistakes frequently, but he didn't feel comfortable delegating to technicians from other departments. I agree. It's best that we recruit a few more Reg Dimension technicians, ones that excel at staging scenes with many characters. Zheng Huan agreed with Zhu Wen. Even though they had a few lone technicians from other departments, they weren't on the same page, leading to occasional disputes. They didn't follow instructions. Let's recruit a few more people, Song Miao suggested. She wasn't assigned to the virtual idol department initially. She applied for a formal transfer after the first movement was released and became an official member of the team. Only their own staffers would go all out and dedicate themselves to the project. Fang Zhao shifted his gaze to Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen, any recommendations? Internal candidates or external? Zhu Wen asked. Internal. The Polar Light project had received a lot of attention. Outsiders might not be trustworthy. It was best to hire internally. Got it. Let me ask around. Technicians like Zhu Wen had their own chat groups. He was friendly with a few of his colleagues. The department ended up being overstaffed during last year's expansion and a few technicians were crowded out. Now the department had been revamped and was recruiting. He could ask if they wanted back in. Fang Zhao also posted a notice on the label's internal chat forum, Virtual Idol Department on the 50th floor seeking Reg Dimension technicians. The notice didn't generate many responses. Quite a few staffers saw the notice but adopted a wait-and-see attitude. There was too much press coverage of the project. The praise was over the top. If the second movement failed, the backlash would be just as intense. They were reluctant to make a move when the project's fate was still unclear. Can I switch fields? Bei Ji asked his manager after seeing the notice. His agent vetoed the idea without hesitation. Considering your IQ, you better keep singing. There are quite a few smart singers. And you think you're one of them? Bei Ji went silent. Don't think too much. Go practice the new song you got yesterday. I won't say anything if you want to help out on the 50th floor when you're free, but don't think about switching careers. Reg Dimension technology is too difficult. Bei Ji's agent recalled his greenhorn days when he also aspired to become a Reg Dimension technician. Unfortunately, he didn't have the talent. Just seeing the lines of code gave him a headache. Ji Polan wasn't contemplating a career change, but he had cleared his schedule for the next 10 days. He left a message for his agent saying he was going to hang out at the Virtual Idol department on the 50th floor. His agent didn't disagree this time. The epic release boosted Ji Polan's popularity somewhat. More importantly, Ji Polan's acting improved slightly. He didn't know whether it was the acting courses he'd signed Ji Polan up for or if Ji Polan had actually learned a thing or two on the 50th floor. In any case, Ji Polan said he learned a lot over there, so his agent signed off. The next day, 3 of Zhu Wen's candidates showed up, 2 men and a woman. They had all spent time in the virtual projects department but were let go. They never thought about coming back. Even though Polar Light was a success so far, they were unclear about the dynamics within the new project team, so they didn't act even when they saw Fang Zhao's notice. They only turned up after being approached by Zhu Wen. Apart from the trio, a fourth candidate responded to Fang Zhao's ad. I'm Rodney. I graduated from the Yenzhou University of Science and Technology and joined Silverwing last year. This is my diploma and my transcript for all 6 years. I've also included the certificates for awards I've won. Rodney lined up his certificates in front of Fang Zhao. He wanted to join Silverwing's Virtual Projects department after graduating last year, but the department was undergoing a massive expansion then and competition was fierce. A fresh graduate without any connections like him was no match for veteran technicians. So he bided his time in the film production department. He was tempted when he'd heard that the Virtual Idol department was recruiting a while ago, but he hadn't acted because he hadn't seen an official recruitment notice. When he saw Fang Zhao's notice yesterday, he decided to try his luck. Frankly speaking, Rodney was a strong candidate. The Yenzhou University of Science and Technology was one of Yenzhou's top schools. Its Reg Dimension department ranked well in the continent. The transcripts and certificates Rodney brandished were impressive. Without a doubt, he was a stellar graduate, maybe even a nerd. But in a company like Silverwing, nerds were everywhere. Every department had a few geniuses. Even the unimpressive Zhu Wen had an impeccable resume. That was why he was kept on while others were crowded out during the Virtual Projects department's expansion last year. The reason was simple, his technical skills were superior. Speaking of which, Zhu Wen had also graduated from the Yenzhou University of Science and Technology. He was only a few years ahead of Rodney. Fang Zhao sent Zhu Wen a text message. Have you heard of Rodney? Zhu Wen, who was working on something with Zheng Huang and company, responded immediately. No. Fang Zhao didn't follow up, turning his attention instead to Rodney's graduation project, a video he had made. It was a video of army ants attacking their prey during the period of destruction. Army ants mutated during the period of destruction. They became quicker and larger and proliferated in numbers. They were awfully deadly. Rodney's video probably drew from documentary footage and films about army ants. There were quite a few flaws in the details, but overall, he had successfully conveyed the invincible aura of the species. Otherwise the video would not have been deemed praiseworthy. Fang Zhao didn't speak and Rodney couldn't read his face. He kept rubbing his palms on his knees. For some reason, even though the project head before him was younger than he was, he felt like he was dealing with a professor at school. He was too scared to take a deep breath and his palms were sweaty. Do you game? Fang Zhao asked. Huh? Rodney was caught off guard by the abrupt question. How many Reg Dimension technicians could resist the temptation of computer games? But given the circumstances, Rodney had to consider his answer. What if he came off as a slacker? Being caught lying was worse. Rodney hemmed and hawed before whispering, I do, but actually, You're hired. Actually, I'm a decent gamer. He was going to say he didn't game often but switched gears. Thank God he had a quick wit and quick reflexes. Fill out your transfer application before 10 a.m. I'll pull your file. Got it. I'll get on it right away. Rodney answered gingerly. I'll give you a day to rest. Start tomorrow. Sounds good. I'll head back and get ready. Speak up. Can you live at the office? No problem. Pack your things and live out of the office. Yes, sir. Get ready for some major overtime. Yes, sir. Any more questions? No, sir. Dismissed. Rodney turned around and ducked into the elevator. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was suddenly at a loss. Something didn't feel right. Rodney was still at a loss when he arrived on the 50th floor the next day. He wasn't sure if he'd made the right call in deciding to transfer. He'd had many questions he wanted to ask when he visited the 50th floor yesterday, but for some reason, none of them had come out. He'd signed his contract in a daze and left in the elevator. After tidying up in the office Fang Zhao had assigned to him, Rodney entered Zhu Wen's studio. "How are you, senior colleague?" "I'm Rodney, the new hire." Rodney wanted to introduce himself first. "Cut the bullsh *T and start helping out." Zhu Wen didn't bother to lift his head and pointed to an empty workspace beside him. A desktop and other equipment were already in place. Besides Zhu Wen and Zheng Huang, the studio also housed the 3 other new recruits and Rodney, for a total of 6 people. The technicians loaned from other departments had left. From now on, the project was an in-house job. Even though the department had expanded, the workload was still very heavy. They hadn't completed the day's tasks yet, so there was no time to welcome the newbies. Rodney stopped talking, headed to his workspace, and turned on his equipment. He scanned the list of tasks assigned to him. He was surprised. No wonder the department had to expand. Large scenes involved so many elements. Fang Zhao was also a demanding producer who paid close attention to detail. There was no room for fudging. It was time to get serious. Fang Zhao was recording the 2nd song with Pang Pusong. He still wasn't happy after 2 straight days of recording, so they had to continue today. Around noon, Zhu Wen's staff had completed their assignments for the morning and Rodney still saw no sign of Fang Zhao. "We've finally finished before lunch for once." Zhu Wen rubbed his eyes. "I'll buy lunch," Zheng Huang said. It was his turn to buy lunch. He left for the cafeteria after asking Rodney if he had any dietary restrictions. Only then did Zhu Wen turn his attention to Rodney. "You're a new hire. I heard you also graduated from the Yenzhou University of Science and Technology," Zhu Wen said. "Yes. I've heard about you, senior alum. Your graduation project is still on display in the exhibition hall for outstanding student projects," Rodney responded. "Work hard. The future of our department is bright. You've bet on the right boss." Zhu Wen shifted to morale-boosting mode. "Our boss being Fang Zhao, of course. He's the head of our department." "Oh." Rodney nodded and pondered briefly. He followed up with another question. "Say, senior alum, don't you think that Manager Fang looks like Old Shen?" The Old Shen Rodney referred to was a veteran Reg Dimension instructor at the Yenzhou University of Science and Technology. He was well regarded within the industry. The only thing was that he was too serious and spooked people wherever he went. One particular scene stayed with every single class of Shen students, the sight of the entire class paying him their undivided attention. Even if their minds were wandering, they would pretend to be listening to put the old man in a better mood, because if he was in a bad mood he could easily flunk a higher percentage of students. When the class ahead of Rodney's had gotten on Old Shen's bad side, he dropped the pass rate for the final exam to 50%, flunking half of the class. He also refused to give a makeup exam, so the students who flunked ended up having to retake the course with Rodney's class. This time they learned their lesson and managed a bare pass. Zhu Wen graduated 3 years ago, so he did remember Old Shen, but he misinterpreted Rodney's comment. "How dare you say that boss looks like an old man?" "Hush, hush, I'm referring to his aura, not his appearance." Rodney gesticulated wildly. "You said what you said. I'll remember this transgression." "No, I just think Manager Fang is a bit different," Rodney explained frantically. He just felt that even though Fang Zhao was younger than they were, he had the nerve-inducing presence of a senior professor. Zhu Wen didn't think it mattered. Artistic types are different from us technical types. There's usually something different about them. As long as he treats us well and lets us game during office hours, I don't care if he's a monster. True. Rodney forgot about the weird vibe Fang Zhao had given him yesterday. Zhu Wen was right. As long as they were well paid and could game during office hours, who cared about anything else? They just had to do a good job on their assignments. Whatever else was going on, there was a producer to cover for them. Oh, I wanted to ask you something. Senior Alum, why is there a lower urinal in the bathroom? Does someone in our department bring their kid to work? Zhu Wen glared at Rodney like he was an idiot. It isn't for you and it isn't for a kid. It's for a dog. Oh. While Fang Zhao was tweaking with Pang Pusong's vocal style and articulation and Zhu Wen was hard at work with his junior colleagues in the studio, the demo for the second chapter had been delivered to Duan Qianji. This was something Duan Qianji had demanded of Fang Zhao. Once the demo was ready, he had to send her a copy for vetting. Listening to the demo ended up taking half a day. Duan Qianji ended up looping the crude, incomplete demo all afternoon. She took a long sigh and pressed a few buttons on her desk, commanding her assistant, send He Hao and Wayne up. We can move on to the next step already. Zhu Zhen flashed a look of surprise. Got it. It's about time we let the world know that Silver Wing can produce a decent virtual idol, a real idol. Duan Qianji said, looking into the distant sunset. Zhu Zhen relayed the latest gossip. Boss, it seems that Master Glyphitz has been asking around about the Polar Light project. Glyphitz was the former head of the Virtual Idol department at Silver Wing, the producer in charge, the master virtual idol producer that Silver Wing wooed with a hefty salary. He had produced a few relatively successful virtual idols in his day. He later retired from producing and, as a master of his craft, became a visiting professor at various universities. He taught the occasional class, accepted the rare apprentice, and invested in some projects. Silver Wing's lucrative offer had lured this long-retired master producer. Before the project kicked off, he confidently vowed that he would jumpstart Silver Wing's long-struggling virtual projects. But reality delivered a slap in the face instead. Glyphitz had fallen ill after last year's virtual idol project had fizzled. The official word was that he was still recovering in the hospital, still remaining there after more than a year. When Duan Qianji had purged last year's project team, Glyphitz was naturally upset. Quite a few staffers were students he had handpicked. They were all forced out by Duan Qianji. When she heard her assistant mention Glyphitz, Duan Qianji laughed sarcastically. That old geezer. I'm sure he's panicking. Of course Glyphitz was panicking, the virtual idol department he had failed to reform was making waves this year. And it had generated heated discussion right off the bat. That was good news for Silver Wing, but not for Glyphitz. If the Polar Light project took off, the reputation he had worked for years to build would be in jeopardy. Ignore him. Let him keep playing ill at the hospital. Duan Qianji couldn't help another snicker. I wonder if his condition will deteriorate again. The coastal Yenzhou city of Jinggang is home to several large sanatoriums. Jinggang was a scenic city constantly bathed in sunshine with warmer winters. Many people like to recover in Jinggang. Inside a sanatorium in Jinggang, famed musician and virtual idol producer Glyphitz was sitting by his room's French windows. Typically, this was the time of day he was in his best spirits. He could take in the sunshine of Jinggang peacefully. But today, he was in no mood to enjoy the warm sunbath that so many envied. Glyphitz frowned deeply as he read a news item passed to him by an assistant. Standing next to Glyphitz was one of his former students, one of the staffers forced out by Duan Qianji when last year's virtual idol project had failed. Teacher, any new moves from Silver Wing? The young man asked. Yes. Glyphitz closed his eyes. He wanted to think hard about what Silver Wing was up to. Glyphitz had run the virtual idol project last year. While he didn't have a total grasp on the thinking of Silver Wing's senior management, he was usually half there. Silver Wing had never paid much attention to virtual idol projects. That had been the culture since Silver Wing's founding. The label had never produced a presentable virtual idol ever. Even if it decided to get in the game now to boost its profits, it would take time. At least, that was what Glyphitz thought. Glyphitz thought the failure of his virtual idol project was a function of Silverwing's internal problems, not his fault. Yet industry insiders and clueless observers were influenced by the media to think that the downfall of last year's virtual idol project was on him. How ridiculous. Glyphitz insisted he was not to blame. He even told close friends, Silverwing's virtual idol project was beyond salvation. Just 2 days after he'd made that comment, it somehow made its way to Duan Xianji and the entire virtual idol department was purged. The few students he had handpicked were kicked out. Glyphitz lost a lot of face and became the subject of his colleagues' ridicule. Because Silverwing had never produced any substantial virtual idol projects, many news outlets did not draw a firm conclusion, whether the project had failed because of Glyphitz or as the result of internal corruption at Silverwing. Only when Polar Light had debuted at the end of the year did many observers think back to Glyphitz's fall from grace after the failure of last year's virtual idol. Unfortunately, journalists who wanted to interview Glyphitz found that he was heavily secluded. He refused interviews by videoconference as well. Since the man in question was nowhere to be found, the journalists could only speculate in their daily reports. Jinggang was a considerable distance from Qian, Yenzhou's political and financial hub, and people in Jinggang didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, so the heated discussion in Qian never spread to Jinggang. That was also why Glyphitz picked Jinggang to recover. The failure of last year's virtual idol project had dealt Glyphitz a blow, but he'd never thought it was his fault. The news of his ongoing illness was indeed fake. He had recovered a long time ago. So why did he stay in the hospital? The first reason was to give the impression that he'd given his all to the virtual idol project and left no stone unturned, that he was sick from exhaustion and quite ill at that, to project professionalism and dedication. A restrained show of vulnerability would tilt news coverage in his favor. Second, he was embarrassed to appear in public. The failure of last year's virtual idol project did indeed taint his reputation, so he wanted to wait until Silverwing launched its virtual idol this year. If the project was still lackluster, then people would conclude that Silverwing's virtual idol projects were beyond saving. That way, the criticism would ease. Everyone would think that it was Silverwing that had tarnished his reputation, even landing him in the hospital. Glyphitz had been waiting since the beginning of the year, but there had been no sign of movement at Silverwing. He'd finally breathed a sigh of relief when someone heard that Silverwing offloaded the virtual idol project to a newcomer. Even Silverwing itself had given up, ceasing to lavish funds on virtual idol projects, so no one would be willing to stir the pot again. It wasn't a matter of producer talent. The problem was Silverwing itself. But now, Silverwing's true intentions were being unveiled. But a big chunk of the year gone, 3 seasons later, the story still wasn't over. Silverwing had to have saved the best for last, Glyphitz suspected, so he ordered his people to keep digging. He'd never believed Silverwing would put a newcomer in charge of a virtual idol project. Ha, Silverwing can fool others, but not me. Duan Xianji must have been planning this. Ding! Glyphitz received a text message. A glimmer flashed in Glyphitz's eyes after he read the message. He became absorbed in deep thought. "Teacher, is there news?" the young man beside him asked. "The second movement will be released before November." He checked the date. It was October 25th. It would be any day now. Glyphitz had set up several alerts. He would be notified immediately when there was news about the second chapter. The first chapter was just a teaser. The second chapter would reveal Silverwing's true colors. Was it a continuation of the epic? Or a publicity stunt? Glyphitz knew his comeback hinged on the second chapter. Underscore 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 underscore. Inside Silverwing headquarters in Qian, Fang Zhao grabbed a copy of the new music video and shouted in the direction of the studio, "Zhu Wen, head upstairs with me." "Upstairs where?" Zhu Wen yawned. He badly needed a gaming session to rest his overworked brain. The top floor, Fang Zhao responded. Zhu Wen nearly fainted at the sound of the two words, top floor. The top floor. Hurry up and get ready. We'll head up in 5 minutes. Chairwoman Duan is waiting for us. Fang Zhao glanced at the time. Even though Silver Wing had given Fang Zhao full authority, he still had to run his final product by senior management. The top executives were starting to pay attention. Plus the success of the second chapter depended on Silver Wing's next move. This was something Duan Qianji had stressed when she ordered the budget allocation. Fang Zhao needed to bring a technician. Zhu Wen was the senior technician in the studio, so naturally, Fang Zhao brought him along. If the projection equipment needed to be fine-tuned and levels needed to be adjusted, Zhu Wen would have to do it on the spot. When he heard the big boss was already waiting upstairs, Zhu Wen felt his legs give in even more. He scrambled. When he washed his face, his hands were shaking. All he could remember was the stern look on the faces of Duan Qianji and other senior execs at the debriefing for last year's virtual idol project. The staffers had become piñatas. All they'd wanted to do was curl up in a corner. After tidying up, Zhu Wen followed Fang Zhao into a special access elevator. Boss, I'm nervous. Even taking deep breaths couldn't calm his nerves. Zhu Wen felt as if the temperature inside the elevator was plunging. Think of it this way, after the second movement, we get our gaming console. No, that makes me more nervous. What if we fail? Zhu Wen was so nervous his teeth were clattering. He turned to see Fang Zhao as calm as always. He was baffled. It was genuine calm, not faked. Boss, I have a question I'm not sure if I should ask, Zhu Wen said. If you're not sure, then don't ask it. But I can't help myself. Zhu Wen stared at Fang Zhao. How come you're not nervous? What if the second movement fails? Of course I'm not doubting the quality. I quite like it myself. But will other people like it? Will the Yenzhou Music Association give a positive review? Will the Polar Light project really end up a success? Every time I think about these things, I get nervous, lose sleep, and become unsettled. How come you don't feel anything? Fang Zhao pointed at his head. That's because I feel fearless every time background music plays in my head. That's what calmed him on the battlefield, and it served the same purpose now. Zhu Wen looked at Fang Zhao to make sure he wasn't kidding. It's mind-boggling to me. What do you carry around in your head? Probably a large symphony orchestra. Zhu Wen felt that the concept of nerves or butterflies was inherently alien to someone like Fang Zhao. At least, he'd never seen Fang Zhao panic. The fact of the matter was, if Fang Zhao were an ordinary person, or if it were the Fang Zhao from before the end of days, he would have reacted just like Zhu Wen. But people who had endured an apocalypse were definitely different. Fang Zhao would get nervous and afraid too. But during the apocalypse, everyone had to find a center so they could carry on, otherwise they would break down. Some fought for the people they loved, others for religion or another surrogate. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Fang Zhao still had some family, but by the middle of the period, all he had left were his comrades. Some people looked for company, but more often than not, lovey-dovey was quickly replaced by permanent separation. What the apocalypse had in abundance were hysterical cries. After witnessing their share of painful separations, people became less attached. Fang Zhao led his troops from battle to battle. He had no time for distractions. Maybe it was the prevailing mood of the apocalypse, but Fang Zhao developed a rare talent. His brain was separated into two halves. One half was used for thinking and managing his body. As for the other half, just like Fang Zhao told Zhu Wen, the other half probably housed an orchestra. It started as a small orchestra that played musical fragments but later grew into a full-scale orchestra that played with alternating passion and heaviness. Eventually, music would play in his background regardless of what he was doing. It was a form of hypnosis. He forgot about his other emotions, his nerves, his fear. He was prepared to die at any given moment. That gradually became the norm. He became numb. Compared to what he'd endured during the end of days, this was nothing. Fang Zhao wasn't nervous. On the contrary, he was excited. When they stepped out of the elevator, they were greeted by the same wide and chilly passage that led to the conference room. Zhu Wen trailed Fang Zhao. He refrained his eyes from wandering and mentally propped up his legs so he wouldn't collapse right there and then. This time, there was an extra guard at the checkpoint. Even though it was a simple ID check, the two guards didn't waste a single syllable. Fang Zhao detected a familiar quality. The two guards were veterans. Actually, Fang Zhao had noticed when he'd first joined Silver Wing that many of the label's security guards were veterans. Word had it that Duan Qianji's husband served in the Yenzhou military. No one knew his exact rank and title. In any case, due to her military ties, Silver Wing's security force was largely made up of veterans. When they entered the conference room, he noticed there were fewer people than last time. Including Fang Zhao and Zhu Wen, there were a total of 10 people. After Fang Zhao and Zhu Wen entered, the doors to the conference room shut and isolated the space. No one knew what was discussed except for the 10 people in the room. Hardly a ripple was sparked. Until that afternoon. The marketing department received a last-minute directive. The original marketing campaign was scrapped, replaced by a new plan. The allocation of promotional channels was shuffled too. Someone had butt in. Usually, the scheduled order of the marketing plan wouldn't be tampered with unless it was urgent. After all, too many factors were in play, and a change in order usually meant special intervention, like someone enjoying preferential treatment. Previous protocols suggested that special treatment was reserved for grade A stars. Yet the marketing staff was dumbfounded when they got the new promotional plan. What? Not a grade A star. It's actually a virtual idol. Are the bosses sure? Starting blanket coverage now. This is too much. Aren't they worried about history repeating itself? Yet no matter what the underlings thought, they still had to follow orders. Switching marketing strategies, adjusting ad launch dates, and so on, everything went ahead. The next day, a series of unique ads popped up in Yenzhou's public transportation system, public squares, construction sites, and so on. They were bound to stand out because they were too eye-catching. Posters with a distinct style showing up amid a cluster of pretty or handsome faces would naturally draw more attention. Amid the passionate melody of Divine Punishment, emerged a still picture. The picture was separated by a lightning bolt. On one side was an army of anthropomorphic trees, and clusters of mutated animals took up the other. At the bottom in bold, 100-year period of destruction, second movement, out November 1st. The journalists that had been waiting for Silver Wing's next move were blown away. They had expected an early promotional campaign from Silver Wing, but they'd never thought the label would launch such a huge and aggressive campaign. The intensity rivaled the campaign for a grade A star. Stars grade B or below definitely wouldn't enjoy such treatment. Besides locations with heavy foot traffic, the campaign also had deep penetration on the internet. Were they bringing out the big guns? No one would have thought that Silver Wing would one day bet so heavily on a virtual idol. Even their expanded virtual idol project that year wasn't promoted this vigorously. Even though Silver Wing had launched a marketing campaign for last year's virtual idol, it struck people as lacking confidence. But this year, Silver Wing was strutting its stuff. Several students riding a public train were admiring the huge screen hanging on a tall building they passed. "Is that an upcoming film?" one student asked. They were some distance away and couldn't read the text on the ad clearly. "No, it's a virtual idol launched by Silver Wing. But this virtual idol is special. Have you checked out the song, Divine Punishment?" "I have. It was playing non-stop at school a while back, but I'm not into that type of musical style." I haven't seen the music video either. I quite like it. And the second single is about to come out. Another student searched online. October 1st. Huh, that's soon. I hope the second song is an epic too. I'm telling you, you have to listen to these epics with quality headsets or a good stereo system, otherwise, you won't be able to fully appreciate the genre. Apart from fans that were into epic songs, the most active internet commentators were fad seekers. The second song is an epic too, no? I hope so. You guys probably don't know that every time I listen to Divine Punishment, I heard the sound of clashing gold bricks. I'll read the Music Association review when it comes out. If it's an epic, I'm going to download it. Is the second song only available for download within Yanzhou? If that's the case, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Right now, outside of Yanzhou, the other continents don't allow legal downloads of copyrighted music. The full soundtracks for many blockbusters aren't available online. Silver Wing was explicit in its advertising for the second chapter. The release date was announced in advance. The date wasn't announced merely to promote its virtual idol. It was also a challenge of sorts to the other two members of the Big Three. Come November 1st, I'll be ready for battle. Join me or not. Underscore 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 underscore. Song Shihua, Tongshan True Entertainment's big boss, sat in his office silently pondering the meaning of Silver Wing's next move. He didn't believe that Duan Qianji had laid down an epic just to prove that Silver Wing could produce a hit virtual idol. He was a businessman. Duan Qianji was a businesswoman. From a business perspective, Song Shihua believed that Silver Wing had made such a massive investment with huge returns in mind. But what was it all for? Suddenly, Song Shihua snapped his fingers, his pupils shrank, and his cheeks twitched. He was skeptical, in disbelief. He had to squeeze every syllable out of his mouth. Is it for next year's release of Battle of the Century? He couldn't think of another reason. Battle of the Century was the most anticipated game in the world, period. It was a title gamers around the world had been looking forward to for nearly 10 years. And it was set against the 100-year period of destruction. The studio behind Battle of the Century had announced ahead of time that the game would be endorsed by a single celebrity in each continent. And only virtual idols were being considered. The endorsement fee was secondary. The most important thing was the exposure the deal came with. It was global. Silver Wing wanted to join the contest for Battle of the Century endorsers with that tree. What a joke. To count on that tree. Lo and behold, Song Shihua had indeed figured out Duan Qianji's thinking. Why else had Silver Wing splurged on and built such a massive team for its virtual idol project last year? On one hand, it wanted to prove itself by producing a quality virtual idol. On the other, from a business perspective, the label also had its eye on the Battle of the Century endorsement deal. The production studio behind Battle of the Century, Fiery Bird, released just one game every 10 years. Each game lasted for 10 years. It was a snobbish company, but at the same time, it was a force to be reckoned with. Fiery Bird had been founded 100 years ago. Word was that the founder was a plane maker. Its first game revolved around spaceships. It was a huge global hit. It had never dropped out of the industry's annual poll of top 3 games in the 10 years since its release. 10 years later, Fiery Bird released its second game, which became as big of a hit as its predecessor. Duan Qianji didn't care about anything else. She wasn't a gamer. What she did know was that Fiery Bird's previous release 9 years ago, Myth, earned a profit in the tens of billions. No one knew the exact number, but it couldn't have been less than 100 billion. And that covered profits from the game alone and didn't include earnings from related merchandise. Still, the main chunk of income alone had many competitors jealous. Everyone wanted a piece of the action. Not to mention every single celebrity affiliated with Fiery Bird in the past century had become a big star on a global scale. Among the big three, why did people think that Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment were stronger companies than Silver Wing? Virtual idols were the main reason. In terms of real idols, Silver Wing didn't fall short, but when it came to virtual idols, Silver Wing did indeed pale in comparison. Both Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment had landed Fiery Bird endorsement deals in the past. That was why, in terms of global influence, Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment were superior to Silver Wing. Virtual idols were a critical line of business that Duan Xianji always wanted to improve. Silver Wing had to produce a successful enough virtual idol to resolve its predicament. But Duan Xianji had never revealed her thinking to Glyphits, or to anyone else for that matter. Maybe some of her colleagues had guessed what she was up to, but they'd stayed mum because they lacked confidence. Silver Wing had never produced a virtual idol popular enough to be a contender for the endorsement deal. It just so happened that Fiery Bird was at the end of a 10-year cycle. They had announced the name and setting of their new title last year, Battle of the Century, set against the backdrop of the period of destruction. Duan Xianji had learned through her sources that the budget for Battle of the Century was even larger than the 1/4 myth. From a businessman's perspective, the more you invested, the great the returns you expected. It was obvious that Tongshan True Entertainment was positioning Miyu, a virtual idol adored by youngsters, as a candidate for the endorsement deal. The virtual idol produced by the Silver Media team led by Glyphits last year, like Miyu, was also a female virtual idol with pretty looks and a seductive body. Unfortunately, it hadn't been embraced by the market. Of course, this also had to do with interference by Tongshan True Entertainment, but the failure of the project couldn't be attributed to underhanded maneuvers by their competitors alone. The inherent problems of the project were the key. Miyu was already a big hit and her popularity had no sign of fading. The market didn't need a similar virtual idol. That was why Neon Culture's new virtual idol, in contrast to Miyu, sported a playful, lively, and adorable look. The failure of last year's project had put an end to Duan Xianji's aspirations. Naturally, she wasn't happy about it. Why else was Zhu Wen so afraid of Duan Xianji? Because the tantrum she'd thrown last year was so scary. No one forgot what went down. And just when Duan Xianji had given up on virtual idol production and the race for the Fiery Bird endorsement deal, she stumbled upon Fang Zhao's Polar Light. That rekindled her competitive spirit. She even gave Fang Zhao free rein to launch an epic series over the strong objections of Flying Pegasus. As long as Polar Light became a hit, money was not an issue. If the 50 million she budgeted wasn't enough, she would divert funds from other departments. Special perks were okay too. Bringing a dog to work. That was nothing. A private gym? No problem. Gaming equipment? As long as the second movement was a hit, she would build a gaming room right away. The timing of Fang Zhao's appearance was so serendipitous, so terrific. Now that they had a shot, she was counting on Fang Zhao's performance. On the 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower, even though the second movement had been recorded, no one ventured out, so as to prevent leaks and for various other reasons. They rested on the 50th floor instead. Besides, they had everything they needed there. You could work out and you could game. You wouldn't get bored. Come November 1st, when the second movement was officially released, they could storm out and party. The prerequisite being that the second chapter was a success. If not, forget about partying, they could be out of work. Divine Punishment had hit 10 million downloads. The second chapter should do well too. Zhu Wen wasn't in the mood to game. All he did every day was monitor the download figures for Divine Punishment to psych himself up. They were going to make it. A bonus and gaming equipment, the two things he cared about most, were riding on the second movement. How could you explain the fact that the first chapter, Divine Punishment, had managed to break the 10 million mark? Not every person who downloaded the song was a fan of epics. Some were followers, and others saw a good deal. But regardless of the reasoning, it had been a long, long time since a newcomer's debut had hit 10 million downloads. The media was all over the milestone, but industry insiders thought it was a bad strategic move. Having chosen to release the song publicly, Silver Wing could no longer command high royalties for placing it in movies or video games. Plus, a public release seemed to cheapen the song's status. Still, these insiders had to admit that they were surprised to see Divine Punishment surpass 10 million downloads. There had been epic songs that received wide releases before, but their numbers hovered around 1 million downloads. In an impatient, fast-paced world, not many people were willing to slow down and truly appreciate a sophisticated piece of music. But pieces like this typically found a more suitable home. Quality scores were critical to certain video games, ads, and movies with large-scale scenes that couldn't be carried by more earthly tunes. Hence, epic or quasi-epic pieces filled the void. Composers often earned millions or tens of millions through these commissions. Over time, this genre carved a rarefied niche. Epic music had never been associated with a single virtual idol, not even in the golden era of virtual idols, the Reg era. That was why Polar Light's debut had sparked plenty of discussion and drawn attention. The right timing, the right company, and the right combination of people, the stars had aligned for Fang Zhao. If he were missing any of these factors, he never would have achieved such success. Regardless of whose side you were on, whether you were a fan or critic of Silver Wing's strategy, everyone was glued to the calendar, waiting for November 1st to arrive. October 31st. After skimming the label's marketing plan for November, Chu Guang, who had dropped to number 4 on the New Pioneers chart, was dumbfounded. Again. Hey, wasn't Fang Zhao's debut a series? Chu Guang had a hunch he was about to fall out of the top 5. November 1st. This was a day marked by many in the Yenzhou music industry and also a date some in the entertainment industry paid attention to. Could Silver Wing maintain the quality of its first movement? Song Shihua, the big boss of Tongshan True Entertainment, had long been ensconced in his office, which was equipped with top-of-the-line audiovisual equipment. Once he heard the second chapter, he could confirm his suspicions. Did Silver Wing splurge even more on the second chapter? If that was the case, then it was obvious that Silver Wing was using the epic series to promote Polar Light and vie for the Battle of the Century endorsement deal. 8 a.m. It was time for the morning commute, and also breakfast time for many schools before early classes went into session. In the new era, compulsory education was divided into introductory, intermediate, and advanced levels. Every period lasted 6 years. The introductory level was equivalent to primary schools before the apocalypse. Intermediate schools were a combination of junior and senior high schools. Advanced education referred to post-secondary studies, the rough equivalent of university, but students were also taught more difficult material. Many intermediate students in Qian were riding their bikes or taking public trains to their schools, where they headed for their school cafeterias. Schools in the new era were well funded. The food was decent and quite cheap. Rushing to school for breakfast before dashing to the classroom was a common routine. At that time of day, both day students and boarders were trickling toward their cafeterias. Qian No. 1 Secondary School, inside the northern cafeteria. The big TV screens on the cafeteria walls typically played loud, fast-tempo songs to wake up the students. Secondary school cafeterias were noisy to begin with. Slow and mellow songs wouldn't be able to rise above the din. They'd be long buried under the noise, save a few faint notes. November was midterm time for most intermediate schools in Yenzhou. Schools weighed exams during this period quite heavily. The small clusters of students having breakfast were be ***ing about grades, homework, life, and their budding romances. Students drank soup and chatted with classmates at the same time while eyeing the big screens to see if any footage caught their fancy. It's the same stuff every day. I can guess what they play next with my eyes closed. People who grew up during the era of fast internet connections were exposed to so much information when they were kids. The older they grew, the less novelty they detected. The footage and songs that played on the big screens might have stirred something at the outset, but they wore on them quickly. They were already sick of the current playlist. Students who were planning on ignoring the big screens suddenly heard a fellow student exclaim, "Look, it's polar light." Where? Students scanned their surroundings. On the big screen. That's right, I almost forgot, today is November 1st. Polar Light's second song is coming out. Journalists had revealed in their reporting that, among the student fans of Divine Punishment, most were secondary school students, not higher education students. Even though students at the intermediate level were at a restless age, they weren't as restless as advanced students on the cusp of entering society. It was also a sensitive age, which was why it was easier to sway the emotions of teenagers. November 1st, 8 a.m. The second movement of 100-Year Period of Destruction was released online. The overall color tone of the first scenes was darkish, but the resolution was crystal clear. The TV screens in the cafeteria were large enough. The quality of the projection equipment and related hardware was key to attracting students, so naturally, the gear wasn't that shabby. Emerging at the same time as the initial scenes was a deeply unsettling foundation melody. A prolonged bass score and a repeated beat combined with an electronic score that sounded out of place and wasn't pleasing to the ear. A gradual sense of suffocation. A traditionalist would argue that the electronic melody detracted from the song's musicality, blurring the lines between the music and sound effects, but it also made the score more stimulating, provoking a sense of curiosity and unease in the listener. It was as if human souls were in conversation with the landscapes of the apocalypse. The 100-Year Period of Destruction, the real yet surreal time the video drew inspiration from. Fang Zhao incorporated more electronic elements in the second movement. If the first movement was a seamless blend of electronic and symphonic music, then in the second chapter, the electronic music was an integral part of the melody. Considering the level of human development by the information age, standards of living and spiritual fulfillment had taken huge leaps. Technology was highly sophisticated. Automation and artificial intelligence were commonplace. And with these advancements came the sound of robotic machinery and electronic gadgets. People had long been accustomed to these sounds that inundated daily life in the new era. And composers in the new era incorporated these sounds into music. Aesthetic standards were evolving, personal tastes were evolving, and so was pop culture. Electronic music produced new tones and sound effects. In contrast to traditional instruments, electronic elements were more representative of this era and more easily embraced by audiences. That was why composers in the new era either strictly used electronic sounds or mixed traditional instruments and electronic music. When in Rome, do what the Romans do. Fang Zhao injected these new elements into his work, adding a metallic and electronic flavor to his music. After all, musical styles from a long time ago might not be readily appreciated. The first chapter, Divine Punishment, struck many fans as alternative classical. It was just novel enough to attract audiences. But if it were overdone, the piece would have turned people off. Inside the northern cafeteria at Chian No. 1 Secondary School, the din scaled back. More and more students were paying attention to the big screens. Cafeterias were always noisy, which was why the stereo system was typically turned up. As the chit-chat faded, the music gradually stood out. The footage showed overcast skies and a trickling of rain. The barren landscape was accompanied by a mellow cello solo. Next came a melancholic and winding horn that projected a deep sense of resignation, mixed in with tragedy and bleakness. The tree men who had chosen to leave their homeland in search of a new beginning saw their expectations crushed again and again. Danger was everywhere. They didn't know where they would be safe and wondered if there was still a peaceful land left for them. Their companions who had left home with them had either died of illness or were ripped apart by mutated beasts. The remaining tree men were heavily wounded. Disappointment, exhaustion, and a downtrodden quality permeated their faces and hearts. For them, life had hit a low point. Their faith in finding a new home had crumbled under the cruel reality. A prolonged sense of fear and resignation was about to swallow their consciousnesses. A classical melody conveying disappointment and muted notes projected desperation and terror. Deep background vocals gradually emerged against the backdrop of a dark symphonic arrangement. It was as if a voice had whispered, "Do you see?" The low hum of the background choir encompassed the latent tension of hidden dangers, reflected the cold, cruel conditions of the end of days, and recreated the survivors' tepid moans of agony. The silhouette at the forefront of the group carried many wounds. Its branches had obvious scratches, and some were truncated. Flapping on the branches was a sparse smattering of green leaves. It was the picture of struggle. Ahead lay a slope populated with a flurry of bloody and evil beasts. Behind the leader lay a tribe emaciated by the cruel circumstances. The vivid imagery was backed by a low-register, meandering string melody that resembled a sigh, as if suggesting an imminent end. "Look, this is what's left of the world. There's no hope. Let's give up. We'll stop marching forward, find a place to hide, and pray that our luck will carry us on, a day at a time." The surreal imagery, coupled with the symphonic and electronic score, made for an overarching feeling of helplessness. Dragging their weak limbs, it was as if the tree men were looking up from a dark pit, resigned to the cold, cruel fate God had doomed them to. Just sheer determination wasn't enough to fuel their battle against fate. There was no room for hesitation in times like this. A cocktail of spooky sound effects and a percussion score of varying beats repeated themselves. A fleeting, trembling piano solo interjected, along with a male bass vocal performance that spoke of utter sadness. Propelled by the thick sound texture, the leader of the pack ambled forward. He looked back after taking 2 steps. No one had followed. When he looked ahead again, a shadow making menacing gestures pounced. Underscore 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 underscore. Inside the northern cafeteria at Chian No. 1 Secondary School, there was hardly a whisper. Students who were about to down their spoonfuls of soup stopped halfway, eyes glued to the big screens. The servers in the cafeteria also slowed down. The atmosphere inside the cafeteria turned tense, as if a single string was being plucked repeatedly. Underscore 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 underscore. In the video, the lonely silhouette that walked toward the slope was flanked by converging branches that then twisted and tightened into solid arms while its roots assembled into sturdy and powerful legs. A string melody played that suggested resistance and evasion. Such feelings prevailed like the weather, which was intangible but enveloped the atmosphere. 2 contrasting registers in the melody resembled conflicting forces and emotions. It was as if a heavy cocoon encased the tree man. Every step took tremendous effort. Everything is gone. Where is the light? Should they obey fate? What was fate anyway? Past companions were lost and their homeland abandoned. The remaining life forms during the end of days mourned and agonized, but they could also fight back and resist. Lighting flashed through the dark clouds. The wind picked up and the rain grew heavier. The woodwind score resembled howling winds picking up pace, and the heavier drumbeat mirrored the sound of thunder, suggesting an even stronger storm. The drums, woodwinds, cello, and electronic elements made for a textured melody. A sliding male vocal played, signaling bold and sacrificial intentions, as if a deeper force was about to be unleashed. The brown pupils of the lone shadow shrank as it examined the approaching red-brown beast that resembled coagulated blood. The tree man knelt, picked up a rock, and clenched his fist. A broken, plucked string melody played. With one giant step, the tree man leaned forward and raised high his arm of bunched branches. The hand that held the rock painted an impressive trajectory that looked like a wildly swung hammer and hurled itself toward the attacker. Bang! A series of heavy drum beats burst out. A blur appeared. It looked like the shadow attacking with menacing gestures was struck down, but it also looked like something else was smashed. The tree man panted and watched the neutralized threat. The pounding of a keyboard seemed to suggest a mental confirmation of sorts. The triumphant melody that emerged lightened the heavy mood. The tree man finally realized that many problems weren't as scary as he imagined them to be once he had confronted them with bravery. The world would not easily shake. That was all these threats amounted to. The sun will set today and rise as usual tomorrow. Even though the skies were smothered with thick smoke, he knew that the sun still existed. The tree man lifted his foot and stomped on the collapsed beast heavily, thoroughly dashing its chances of a comeback once and for all. He wanted to punish all those sharp claws and gnarly teeth that struck fear in them. After taking a glance at his fellow tribesmen, he proceeded again, tossing away the rock in his hand, replacing it with a larger stone baton, and lunging toward a second beast. Large strides turned into a quick gait. His sluggish frame became nimble, as if it had shed the heavy cocoon that once encumbered him. In a tumultuous world, you still remain. The deep male vocal was emboldened by the rhythm of battle. Set against a grand, sweeping symphonic score, this crudest, most natural form of expression touched the heart. Fight. There was no other alternative. In times like this, someone had to rise to the occasion. Not cower, not muddle through. Fight to the death against this absurd and cruel fate. The remaining life forms in the end of days stood in the abyss, roamed the darkness, and chased the light, always climbing upward. This quality called belief could be as still as stagnant water and frighteningly kinetic at the same time. It was both mind-blowing and gory. Against the epic symphonic arrangement blended with electronic music, a fierce, dogged evilness abruptly arose alongside the extreme tension and overwhelming atmosphere. Music and film were temptations that no one could resist, regardless of the era. Electronic elements seamlessly folded into the grand symphonic structure and the footage matched the melody. Every viewer and listener felt as if an ice cube had been slipped under their clothing, prompting an impromptu shiver. Yet their hearts were on fire, sizzling like a mean barbecue. It felt as if they had been disintegrated and reassembled. The silhouette in the video that resembled a person, a convergence of twisted branches, looked like it was bulging with beefy lumps of muscle. Every step he took was accompanied by a heavy drumbeat, making for a pronounced battle cry. The tree man lost his heavy, cumbersome shadow and turned into a nimble and speedy leopard. He planted one foot emphatically, leaped from the ground, and greeted the approaching silhouette with a swinging whack, delivering a blow even more powerful than his previous. The passage of time seemed to slow. Blood-tainted fragments from the stone baton sprayed in the rain, creating an explosion of muddy splashes that enveloped the sharp tooth that was dislodged. The music approximated an explosive force in the winter light. The cheesy melody was replaced by a mixing of electronic music and brass performance that tugged at the heartstrings like a sword removed from its sheath, cold and heavy. It was the coldness that remained after layers of warmth had been stripped away. A seemingly out-of-sync choir backed up the spirited male vocals, the unconventional combination bringing greater stimulation to the senses and audio shock. A rich tapestry of instruments was weaved in, the exquisite layering bringing the score to its climax. Every single note was bursting with an unyielding passion for survival. An escalating piano solo twirled like a tornado and telegraphed howls into the stratosphere, sending the human body shuddering, as if an electric current had zapped through the spine and blown open every pore. The shadow wielding the stone baton didn't look back because it didn't need to. He had heard the trailing footsteps press forward, stomping all over the bodies of the fallen beasts. Following his lead, a second pair and then a third pair of feet walked over the two beasts. Underscore 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 underscore. The end of days, the 100-year period of destruction, was an era that produced an abundance of heroes. Many people thought that Fang Zhao had randomly picked a species that appeared during the period of destruction and built a virtual idol around it with a crafty, epic score. But Fang Zhao's choice of the Longxiang Tianluo tree man polar light actually was a metaphor for people like him who were born during peaceful times but spent most of their lives fighting for survival. The cruelty of the end of the days lay not in the butchering of lives but in the toll and torture it exacted on people's spirits, the double whammy of physical and mental pain, in addition to the utter mockery and callous treatment human life received. Consider the characters from the period of destruction widely glorified into heroes in the new era. If you took away the deification and over-the-top emotions, these were ordinary people on a plain quest to live. Was it for fame and glory? Hell no. Back then, they were simply staving off death. It was the brutal battle for survival that turned them into hardened heroes. It was heroism necessitated by the times. That was why Fang Zhao created Polar Light. In the video, the camera panned wide. The heavy rain continued to pelt. Behind the leader, several silhouettes emerged from the stagnant cluster of trees that trailed him, their branches transforming into fierce fighting poses. They trudged through the mud and followed, treading on the corpses of the slain beasts. A woodwind score played at a frenzied tempo as the strings section repeated the same note frantically. A gushing melody accompanied the wide shot. The stormy weather harbored a renewed, earth-shattering spirit that was about to erupt. The footage and music came to a sudden halt, and the end credits appeared. Lead character, Polar Light. Species, Longxiang Tianluo. Song title, 100-Year Period of Destruction, Second Movement, Cocoon Breach, Producer Fang Zhao. Production Team, Polar Light Project Team, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Pang Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Fu Wing Tian, Stiller, Zhang Yu. A Silver Wing Media Release. _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ The silent cafeteria resumed its buzz only when the big screens started playing other songs. I feel like I can blow up the cafeteria right now. I don't know why, but for some reason, I suddenly feel a weird sense of purpose. Server, 2 more bowls of rice please. I'm going to battle after I have a square meal. There were 3 more exams left that day. Coming right up. The servers doling out rice in the cafeteria worked their serving spoons with what seemed like energized strokes. Students who were just arriving at the cafeteria did a double take on the students who were leaving in a hurry. "What's up with them?" a new arrival asked his companion. There was a killer vibe going around. Maybe they just took part in a mass pledge for their midterms. A mass pledge in the cafeteria? It's probably just second-year students, they're always neurotic like that. Just ignore them. That's not right. I just saw a 5th year. The strange atmosphere puzzled the late arrivals. What had happened in the cafeteria before they arrived? After the second movement, Cocoon Breach, was released, it racked up nearly 100,000 downloads within a minute. This was mostly industry insiders or people from related fields. They had been on standby. Online news outlets were geared up for the release so they could do their write-ups and immediately post. Everyone wanted to get the first word out. But the pundits were at a loss after listening to the second movement. There was so much they wanted to say, but they didn't know where to start. Chu Guang and company were also camped out in a projection room. They downloaded the music video at 8 a.m. sharp and turned on their projector. The same scene as last time replayed itself. No one said a word when the video played, and no one spoke for the longest time after it ended. Sitting in his chair, Chu Guang took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew he would soon lose the number 4 spot. He felt some sadness and a sense of failure, but then he quickly remembered the virtual idols launched by Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment. That made him feel vindicated. Those 2 virtual idols wouldn't be able to hang on to their number 2 and number 3 spots for long. Knowing they would suffer too, much of Chu Guang's depression dissipated. He admitted he was outperformed, but he was also delighted to see the two virtual idol teams from their rival companies, who always had the upper hand, finally take a beating. Things were playing out just as Chu Guang imagined. The project teams behind Sun Hui and Fei Lizi were agonizing over their next moves. Did they need to revise their strategy? Song Shihua, the big boss of Tongshan True Entertainment, smashed his cup in his office. This is indeed what Silver Wing is up to. Even though, considering Tongshan True Entertainment's prowess when it came to virtual idols, they shouldn't be afraid of Silver Wing, Song Shihua was starting to get worried. Judging from the two movements that had been released, 100-year period of destruction couldn't be underestimated. Either song was epic enough to carry a blockbuster. What was more, it was a series set against the period of destruction. Battle of the Century, the game being launched next year, was also set during the period of destruction. Would Fiery Bird pick the more popular virtual idol or the one that fit the theme of its game better? Song Shihua could neither decide nor speculate. You want to fight us for the endorsement deal? Let's see what you've got. Song Shihua summoned the senior execs from the virtual idol department for an emergency meeting in his office. It took up half the day. Yet outside observers didn't care about Song Shihua's plans. All eyes were on the Yenzhou Music Association's review. Without their blessing, other industry insiders were reluctant to draw their own conclusions, even if they thought the second chapter wasn't inferior to the first. The person who deemed the first chapter an epic last time was Ming Tsang, the deputy head of the Yenzhou Music Association. He was also the former president of the Qian Academy of Music. No one from the academy had said anything yet, they were waiting to hear from Ming Tsang. It would be an embarrassment if they broke their silence at the urging of news outlets and diverged from Ming Tsang's take. Silver Wing staffers were also waiting for the Voice of Yenzhou review because it was considered the most authoritative publication in the entire Yenzhou music industry. That was also why no one dared question the epic categorization of the first chapter. The Yenzhou Music Association might have had its internal politics, but anything published on their official website was gospel. It carried with it the reputation of the entire Yenzhou Music Association. No one would dare to dissent on the official website because of personal grudges. If they did, they would do so in another setting, like in media interviews. On the 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower, besides Fang Zhao, everyone else on the Polar Light Project team was glued to the website of Voice of Yenzhou. How come the review still isn't out? It's almost 9. Last time, the review came out around now. It doesn't stand to reason that they would post later this time. I'm nervous. Zhu Wen was glued to his screen, hands raised and thumbs twiddling. He no longer cared about the number of downloads. All he cared about was the judgment of the Music Association. If they got a negative review, even if the download numbers went up, they wouldn't be considered a total success. He glanced at Fang Zhao beside him, who was calmly browsing on his computer. Zhu Wen wanted to ask Fang Zhao something but closed his mouth as soon as he opened it. Forget it, who knows what kind of background music is playing in Fang Zhao's head. After 9 a.m., the eagerly anticipated review from Ming Tsang didn't appear, but another deputy head of the Music Association, Dina, posted instead. Deputy Chairman Ming is a bit emotional right now, so I've showed up instead. Dina's old smiley face appeared on the official website of Voice of Yenzhou. Many were confused by Dina's comment. Why was Ming Tsang so emotional? It was just one song. What an overreaction. But Dina carried no less weight than Ming Tsang. In fact, in terms of seniority, Dina was senior to Ming Tsang. He belonged to an even older generation of musicians. It was even better to hear from him. Normally, Dina refrained from commenting on the work of newcomers. Usually, what elicited comment from this seasoned veteran was an A-list star or an extremely popular song. But Polar Light was a special case. Ming Tsang had classified the first movement an epic, after all, which piqued Dina's curiosity. He was waiting around for the second movement today as well and was willing to offer his 2 cents. Music journalists perked their ears, not wanting to miss out on the words of wisdom from this music veteran who was more than 100 years old. Many people have asked me if Cocoon Breach, the second movement of 100-year period of destruction, qualifies as an epic. As for this question, ears perked up even more. Let's set that question aside. Let's first discuss the concept of an epic, Dina said in a relaxed pace. Journalists who were getting ready to copy, paste, and send. People who knew Dina had already rolled their eyes. That old geezer was still the same, switching gears halfway through a thought. Who knew when he would get back on topic? A downright tease. Dina didn't care what other people thought. He spoke at his own pace. Restraining his smile somewhat, he launched into a solemn commentary. The genre of epics has to be traced to the period of destruction or an even earlier time. Be it the ancient tradition of chanting, or the folk songs that circulated in the imperial court, in army barracks, or among ordinary people and were passed on for generations, they can all be considered epic forms. Many epics extolling heroics during the 100 years of war also appeared after the period of destruction, in the beginning of the new era. But as peaceful times prevailed and the war became a distant memory, no one bothered to listen to these songs anymore. Nowadays, any grand pieces that can stir emotions are easily labeled epic. But many people forget that epics were intended to honor heroes. The seasoned veteran continued to expound on the history and development of epics and how more contemporary styles evolved. The journalists looked like they were constipated. They quietly urged, "Can you get to the point, old man? Just state your conclusion and explain later so we can file." But music professionals were paying close attention. Dina's spiel helped them understand the creative process behind the 2 chapters and their arrangements. Life itself is a series of stumbles and recoveries. Likewise, the second movement moves from adversity to triumph. The point is for people to experience hope through the fluent flow of musical notes. Another thing worth mentioning is that in the second movement, which barely lasted 4 minutes, there are hundreds of tracks created by virtual instruments and hundreds of tones. The arrangement and use of vocals is outstanding. You can tell the second chapter was worked on by a top-notch symphony mixer and electronic music arranger. But I couldn't find a distinguishing signature, so I'm also curious whose work this is. Music professionals knew that the most minor slip-ups in mixing and arrangement would stifle the ear. For example, too many modulations or out-of-sync or overwhelming background vocals could be easily magnified and deemed glaring inconsistencies. Judging from these comments, the mixer and arranger were stellar. Only, it wasn't known who these 2 seasoned musicians were. After much waiting, Dina finally pronounced, "This is indeed worthy of the epic label," which sent the press corps scrambling to file. But industry insiders, including Dina himself, were still curious who had composed the 2 movements. Was it really the newcomer Fang Zhao, as was rumored? Who were the symphony mixer and electronic music arranger? Senior musicians who didn't pay close attention to newcomers took the time to read the credits at the end of the music video. They were still clueless, because they had never heard of a single member of the Polar Light Project team. The technical analysis of the second movement was valued by the professionals, but for most people, the epic label was sufficient. A second epic. This shocked many industry insiders, not just because of the nature of the song, but more so because many of them realized that Silver Wing was clearly determined to launch a virtual idol with an epic series. Was it worth it? That was what many people wondered, and also the question posed by many journalists after Yenzhou Music Association deputy head Dina deemed the second movement an epic. Silver Wing's chief spokesman, Lin Dun, had a simple 8-word answer for the media: "We remember history and honor our lost martyrs." Song Shi Hua, hee hee. Go bullsh *t someone else. Such noble intentions you tout, but isn't the real objective the race for the endorsement deal? Even people who didn't understand how spin worked were skeptical, let alone folks who had figured out Silver Wing's true intentions like Song Shihua. How implausible was it that Silver Wing had invested so much money and produced 2 epics, and more epics were probably in the pipeline, because of those 8 words. That was the explanation Lin Dun offered, regardless what people believed. On the 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower, Zhu Wen and the other members of the project team were ecstatic after hearing Dina's review. The success of the second chapter meant bigger bonuses, more prosperous futures, and... "Boss, can we get approval for the gaming equipment now?" Zhu Wen asked at the top of his voice. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was downright giddy and wanted to take a celebratory dash, but first things first. "It's done," Fang Zhao replied as he browsed the reviews online. What did the top floor say? The other members of the project team shifted their gaze to Fang Zhao. "It's approved. Someone will stop by tomorrow to set things up." "Oh, ha 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 ha." Zhu Wen let out a weird, piercing laugh. Nothing beats sanctioned gaming during office hours. "What type of games?" Rodney asked. "Shooting," Fang Zhao responded. Shooting games weren't Rodney's favorite, but like Zhu Wen, he was happy to be able to game in the open at all. It was indeed the right decision to jump ship. The 3 technicians who were recommended by Zhu Wen, Fu Yingtian, Zhang Yu, and Stiller, were sharing the good news with family and friends. A bonus was a shoe-in. Silver Wing had always been generous with bonuses. They wanted to share their joy. Their decision to switch jobs had met a lot of resistance. Even their family members had been worried. Plus, they couldn't share too many details while they were working on the second movement because of confidentiality rules. All 3 of them were tightly wound. Now, they had finally survived. This was F** King Gold Mine. Given how things were unfolding, there was a good chance the 3rd chapter would be a success too. After all, they had the full backing of the label and a mad genius like Fang Zhao as a boss. They didn't have to worry about funding or discrimination from other departments. How good did that feel? Didn't y'all think that the virtual projects department was a death pit? All the not-so-subtle sour grapes. You're regretting your words now, aren't you? Too late. Seeing Zhu Wen and company share their good news and brag in their social media feeds made some of their colleagues jealous. If only they'd known, they would have applied for transfers to the virtual projects department too. Unfortunately, the department wasn't recruiting anymore. Even if it were, the competition would be fierce. Silver Wing's official video channel also gave significant coverage to Dina's comments on the second chapter. The host even facetiously thanked Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment for their praise ahead of the second chapter's release. That gave them a big boost in visibility, he said. They wouldn't have drawn as much attention as they were getting now otherwise. Still, there were naysayers among media outlets. The reason the first movement of 100-Year Period of Destruction had logged so many downloads was because Polar Light's debut was quite unique and novelty drove playbacks and downloads, they argued. But with the release of the second song, the novelty had faded. As high profile as epics were, it was a genre reserved for a niche audience and was out of touch with the masses, they said. Not many people in modern society could appreciate an epic. The most they would want would be to listen to one as part of the soundtrack to a blockbuster movie. Other commentaries argued that, while the first epic song released to a mass audience definitely drew a lot of bargain seekers, the second release would strike some as a worse deal. Sales for the second single might suffer as a result. More than one news outlet touted this line of thinking. Simple supply and demand, an abundance of supply led to a drop in value. The music cooperatives within some labels outright demanded that Silver Wing quit while it was ahead, meaning if download numbers dropped for the second song, the music industry would lose face and the Epic label would be cheapened. However, while some talked trash about the second song, another demographic was gaining attention. People who paid attention to intermediate-level education noticed that a weird fad was going around. Many people were listening to Cocoon Breach. Others listened to Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach together. They played the songs when they got up, when they ate breakfast, before they worked on problem sets, and even during breaks. The prevailing mood was also extremely upbeat. Initially, people thought it was just those sensitive and escapist second-year students again. But they later realized that the trend wasn't confined to second years. Students from other grades were also taking part. The fad was in full force, especially in the lead-up to midterms. Quite a few teachers thought to themselves that the inner worlds of secondary students were a mystery to them. The trend drew some media coverage and Silver Wing was there to fan the flames. Soon enough, Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment started to fight back. Miyu and Andy Leo cast in Wasteland Rebirth. Scarred soul Andy Leo plays tough guy, fights for justice. Rumor has it Miyu will play a disfigured character. The headlines kept popping up. Soon, all the buzz about Silver Wing was overshadowed by Yenzhou's two main virtual idols. In the new era, virtual idols could act in movies just like real idols, the difference being one performance was generated by software programming and the other delivered by a real person. What? Miyu is going to disfigure herself? Why will my unparalleled beauty Miyu disfigure herself? Project team, please explain yourself. Seeking tough guy pictures of Andy Leo. _______________________ The combination of a handsome leading man and a pretty leading lady was always worth looking forward to. But what took Duan Xianji by surprise was the fact that Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment had decided to work together. Miyu and Andy Leo were Tongshan True Entertainment's and Neon Culture's two top virtual idols respectively. In terms of star power, Silver Wing simply couldn't rival Miyu's and Andy Leo's popularity and fan bases. Everyone had to concede that point. Still, Duan Xianji wasn't too panicked. She didn't respond by cranking up their marketing campaign. She decided to wait. Song Shihua was delighted to see that online discussion of Polar Light and Cocoon Breach had fizzled somewhat. He celebrated by nursing a glass of wine in his office. Even though Tongshan True Entertainment and Neon Culture were competitors, the race for the endorsement deal should have been restricted to the two of them. Silver Wing wanted to butt in. That was up to them. See, as soon as they promoted their top idols, everyone else was sidelined, be it Polar Light or Cocoon Breach or Epics. He wanted to show the folks at Silver Wing what a real hit virtual idol looked like. This was what was called a talent gap. The movie, Wasteland Rebirth, was a project he had been working on for some time. It was a tailor-made production for Miyu set against the period of destruction. Their intentions were clear, they wanted Fiery Bird to take notice. But when Neon Culture had approached them 2 days ago about a collaboration, Song Shihua quickly agreed. No matter what, they had to crowd out Silver Wing first. He had a hunch that if Polar Light took off, they would face an unprecedented threat. The folks at Neon Culture had to have seen the same signs. That was why they proposed an alliance, so they could push back against Polar Light's momentum. As he was contemplating his next move, Song Shihua's intercom beeped. He scanned it and saw a text message labeled urgent. The sender was a vice president. It was someone who was solid and dependable, but for some reason he was panicking. Had something gone wrong? Song Shihua tapped on the message immediately. Old Song, check out Voice of Yenzhou. Ming Tsang has spoken. Ming Tsang, the deputy head of Yenzhou Music Association, the first person to dub Divine Punishment an epic, had finally, belatedly posted his review, 5 days after Cocoon Breach had been released. Even though Dina, an industry veteran with even more seniority, had already spoken, many people were still looking forward to Ming Tsang's comments. Epics varied in quality. In Ming Tsang's opinion, was there a discrepancy in quality between the first and second movements? Also, Dina had said that Ming Tsang was too emotional to comment when he'd offered his own thoughts the other day. What had prompted the other deputy head of the Music Association to get so worked up? That was why people were glued to Voice of Yenzhou, the publication run by Yenzhou Music Association, during the 5 days Ming Tsang was missing. When Ming Tsang showed up, everyone took notice. In his webcast, Ming Tsang looked like he was in good spirits, his gaze bursting with joy and lingering passion. That vouched for Dina's remarks 5 days ago. My apologies. These were probably the most exciting 5 days of my 60-plus years of existence. Ming Tsang's voice started to quiver toward the end of the sentence. A hand carrying a teacup entered the frame. Even though the hand was the identifying feature, people who knew about Ming Tsang's family situation recognized it belonged to his wife. Ming Tsang was probably trying to break the ice. Wasn't his wedding the happiest few days of his life? But judging from the gesture that had just occurred, Ming Tsang's wife agreed with the sentiment. What exactly had happened to create such emotional upheaval in the couple? The keen new sense of the Prairie Fire producer prompted him to message a staffer immediately, asking him to look into Ming Tsang's latest movements. Back at the live webcast, Ming Tsang accepted the cup of tea and calmed himself down. He continued speaking with a steady voice. Many people know that I was preoccupied with my music career the first 50 years of my life. When I was 51, I married Professor Su Tong from the arrangement department at the Qian Academy of Music. The year I turned 52, we had a child. But God added a twist, our son was different from other kids. At that point in the monologue, many viewers remembered that Ming Tsang was once a rising star. He was named president of the Qian Academy of Music at 49. That was young, considering life expectancy had doubled in the new era. Ming Tsang was the type deemed a genius since he was a kid. Ming Tsang's wife Su Tong was also well known back then. Hailing from a musical family, she was supremely talented, a standout at the Qian Academy of Music. But soon after their son was born, he was diagnosed as a carrier of the whole virus. The new era was marked by rapid technological advancements. Medical care also improved leaps and bounds. Some 95% of diseases that had existed during the period of destruction had been cured, but 5% remained unsolved. Even though those illnesses were treatable, existing protocols provided limited relief. The whole virus was part of the 5%, and even basic treatment and alleviation were unavailable. The virus emerged during the period of destruction. Infected patients were trapped in a frozen state, zapped of all emotion. Even though their bodies were perfectly healthy, they needed help performing basic bodily functions. They were rendered speechless, their listless eyes blinking non-stop. They were shells devoid of their souls. Their brains were state-of-the-art machines that simply refused to function. A Dr. Edward Hull had contracted the virus during the end of days. He had spent the nearly 6-month period of his illness studying the virus and promised his corpse to researchers following his death. The virus was later named the Hull virus. Perhaps for many people, having a deadly virus named after them might be a curse, but for researchers studying viruses, it was an honor, just like it was for Hull, whom future generations considered a madman. The Hull virus was transmissible by air, although it didn't survive long in the atmosphere. However, it could be picked up by many carriers, including plants, animals, and many microorganisms. It was tough to guard against. Initially, people had used sophisticated filtration systems as a precaution, but research later showed that the infection rate was less than 1 in 10 million. Gradually, people became complacent. Given the odds of 1 in 10 million, it can't possibly be me. So eventually, people gave up on the strict and complicated filtration protocols. Nonetheless, the odds of less than 1 in 10 million had struck Ming Tsang and his wife. They would have done anything to trade places with their newborn son. When they were informed of the diagnosis, the couple nearly broke down. Ming Tsang resigned from his hard-earned university presidency and Su Tong quit as well. They traveled the world with their son in search of treatment, but time and again, they were greeted with the same response. No cure. Untreatable. There's nothing we can do. Close friends and family remember that the couple was deeply fragile. The young, by life expectancy standards in the new era, and promising couple started accumulating gray hairs. Many lamented the fact that these two genius types met such a cruel fate. If not, Ming Tsang might have still been the president of the Qian Academy of Music, enjoying tremendous status and prestige. Presidencies at the academy usually lasted 5 years, but it wasn't uncommon for presidents to serve 2, 3, or even more terms. Ming Tsang had that potential. But some cynics tease that tragedy struck because the couple used up all their good luck in their first 50 years. How unlikely was it that the couple became that one case in 10 million? It was an emotional wound that no one dared touch, because the slightest breach would lead to a massive rupture. But now, Ming Tsang was actually bringing up the matter himself in a live webcast. Watching the live feed, Song Shihua had a bad feeling. Recalling the events after his son's birth, Ming Tsang was overcome with emotion. His eyes turned red. From total despair and breakdown to gradual acceptance, 12 years have passed. There's nothing you can't recover from. Our child is growing up. As parents, we are aging too. We thought the rest of our lives would continue this way. At this point, Ming Tsang got emotional again. A month ago, I listened to a song. To be specific, I listened to a movement. Song Shihua started gripping his cup hard, nearly breaking it. Ears pricked and eyes stared among the many viewers. Here it comes. My close friends know that I rarely listen to the songs on the newcomers chart. But every time I do, I share them with my son Mingyi. Even though patients infected with the whole virus were non-responsive, Ming Tsang still liked to share his music with Mingyi and offer his comments as if his son was a normal kid. He had kept up the practice for 12 years. By chance, I stumbled upon the song recommended by Silver Wing, Divine Punishment. The first thing I saw was a tree. I was a bit surprised at the time. It was the first time I had seen a virtual idol that was a tree man, so I watched the music video. Quality-wise, Divine Punishment is undoubtedly a great song. Even though I'm not an expert on symphonic structures, I could notice many details worth studying. My common practice is to share my thoughts with my son first and then write a review. But this time, when I turned my head and locked eyes with my son, I noticed a slight movement. It was as if someone's finger had smudged a small opening on a window covered in a thick layer of dust. Before Ming Tsang's brain could formulate a response, tears started streaming down his face without warning. He'd been afraid it was an illusion. After all, his son's eyes showed such little emotion. He and his wife were so familiar with their son's body from spending every day with him. Others would have missed such a subtle expression. So Ming Tsang played the song again, downloaded it, and started looping it. When he was certain, Ming Tsang was ecstatic. He immediately invited a medical professor in Qian who specialized in viruses from the period of destruction to check on his son. That was also why Ming Tsang gave his take on Divine Punishment so quickly and why it was a brief phrase without elaboration. He was busy tracking someone down to examine his son. Ming Ye's brain clearly responded slightly, but it was a subtle response. It was hard to draw a conclusion. Ming Tsang switched to other songs, but none of them prompted a response from Ming Ye's brain. That piqued the professor's curiosity. If the second song provokes the same response, maybe we'll have more data to work with, the old professor said. Sensing a sliver of hope, Ming Tsang got in touch with Duan Qianji. He wanted to know who composed Divine Punishment and whether she could set up a meeting. Duan Qianji refused, but she told Ming Tsang that the second movement was being recorded and scheduled to be completed by October. It would be released in November. After waiting for 12 years, one more month was nothing. Ming Tsang could understand where Duan Qianji was coming from. From a businesswoman's perspective, to unveil the composer behind the virtual idol then would hurt their interests and throw a wrench in their marketing plan. As a fellow composer, he knew that the composer had to have been busy composing and brainstorming at the time. He didn't want to intrude. He knew well from personal experience the frustration of being interrupted. An unintentional interruption could stem the flow of creativity. He'd be damned if impatience smothered the long-awaited sliver of hope. After a painful month-long wait, the release of the second movement was finally imminent. Ming Tsang's home was crowded with people filled with anticipation. Besides the couple themselves, there were also two professors who specialized in the Hull virus and their study group. The second movement was obviously an escalation of the burst of emotions in the first movement. During the month-long wait, Ming Tsang had studied quite a few songs with symphonic structures, but none of them provoked the slightest response. But when the second movement, Cocoon Breach, played, Ming Ye's eyes showed an even stronger response. If the first movement had smudged a small opening on the dusty window, then the second movement left a large and clear handprint. For anyone else, the level of response was merely a flash of emotion, but for Ming Ye, it carried as much weight as a meteor crash. 60-year-old Ming Tsang resembled a weary traveler who could finally shed his burden. He collapsed to his knees in a free fall and covered his mouth. He was scared a scream would scare off the smidgen of emotion in Ming Ye's eyes. Meanwhile, Ming Tsang's wife, Su Tong, was crying hysterically in a soundproof room next door, venting years of repressed feelings. When Ming Tsang's forehead hit the floor, he wore a silly smile, but his face was covered in tears. 12 years. The pressure of outside gossip and inner turmoil had nearly crushed the couple on several occasions. They had searched and hoped for 12 years and were prepared for a lifetime of waiting and searching. Lo and behold, their prayers were finally answered. "I'm sorry. I got emotional again." Ming Tsang had stopped reminiscing and wiped the tears on his face with a trembling hand. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then said to the camera, "I know many people are curious about my thoughts on the second movement, but my sincere apologies, I can't offer an objective review because, for me, it's an act of God." First-year classes at the Chian Academy of Music. 5 days after Dina had reviewed the second movement, Cocoon Breach, instructors from the composition, arrangement, and mixing departments handed out a new assignment to first years asking them to submit a paper analyzing Cocoon Breach from the vantage point of their respective specialties. The paper served as their midterm and was due in 10 days. When they heard that former President Ming Tsang was about to break his silence, the students scrambled to get online to gather material. But now they were dumbfounded. "We were expecting musical analysis, and you start spewing medical diagnoses?" After conferring among themselves, the first years from the composition, arrangement and mixing departments wrote a joint letter petitioning their instructors to switch topics for the midterm essay, the reason being. The assigned topic was over their heads. No one would have thought the debut of a virtual idol would gradually spin out of control like this. Even though they switched the midterm paper topic for first years in 3 departments at the last minute, none of the instructors at the Chian Academy of Music themselves dared to offer original comment on Cocoon Breach. In terms of qualifications and stature, they were still inferior to Dina and Ming Tsang. Even when someone wrote a review, it merely built on Dina's and Ming Tsang's comments and sprinkled in a few of original thoughts. Are you kidding me? To contradict prevailing opinion at that time would be asking for a beating. That wasn't something they would sign up for. You could frown on the epic style. You could even choose not to listen to the 2 movements. But you couldn't deny that they indeed caused unexpected, surprising ripples. Its influence wasn't limited to the music industry. The medical community was probably blown away by now as well. After Ming Tsang's speech in the Voice of Yenzhou broadcast, he held up a still photo to the camera. It was a picture Ming Tsang had taken of his son Ming Yi when he had showed that flash of emotion while listening to Cocoon Breach. Compared to the response of a healthy person, it wasn't that obvious. It resembled a slight shimmer in the gaze of someone with a cool personality. But considering Mingyi had been suffering from the whole virus for 12 years, it was a remarkable reaction. The photo convinced people who thought Ming Tsang was exaggerating. Ming Tsang and wife and the two professors were also in the picture. It couldn't have been faked. So it was a real photo. Before he ended the webcast, Ming Tsang wore a broad smile as he admired the picture. "Go get my little sapling. You must stay strong," he said. There was nothing wrong with describing your son as a little sapling. Just as Ming Tsang had himself said, because of his son, he could no longer evaluate this virtual idol's debut and the creative team behind it, so he would no longer publish his reviews in Voice of Yenzhou. Commentaries published in the Voice of Yenzhou couldn't be driven by personal feelings. When the next movement was released, he would review it in a personal capacity. Maybe that would lead to more unexpected commentary. My thanks to Polar Light, the Polar Light project team, and the composer behind Polar Light. Even though I don't know who you are, I hope I can thank you in person after the entire series of songs is released. This was a sore point for Ming Tsang, the fact that Duan Xianji still refused to identify the composer. But she had told him that there were 2 movements left. After the 2 remaining movements were released, Silver Wing would unveil the identity of the composer. The fact that 2 movements remained was great news to Ming Tsang. He couldn't wait. He'd also promised Duan Xianji that he would not pester her about the identity of the composer before the 2 movements were released. At the same time, he had made a veiled suggestion that Duan Xianji not front the project with another composer, which was common in the artistic community. Ming Tsang didn't want to thank an imposter. The public wasn't privy to the private communications between Ming Tsang and Duan Xianji, but Ming Tsang's final sentence during his live webcast got many people wondering. Who was the composer he was referring to? Did a single producer pen the 2 movements, Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach? Not a team of composers. This threw off people who had speculated that the songs were the handiwork of Silver Wing's Flying Pegasus Cooperative. If it was a single composer, then who was it? Such a talented composer couldn't be an unknown. Which Flying Pegasus master was it? Yet industry insiders who were familiar with Silver Wing also speculated the musical style of the 2 movements suggested someone that didn't belong to Flying Pegasus, or at least not one of its best-known members. Who exactly was it? That was the natural focal point of the music industry, but outside of the industry, the medical community was obsessing over how the 2 movements stimulated Ming Ye's brain waves. Word was that the Yenzhou government was assembling a research team to develop a cure to the whole virus. That afternoon, the hit entertainment show, Prairie Fire, interviewed a medical expert in its live webcast to provide context. The producer of Prairie Fire had a keen sense for news. Ming Tsang had just been a few sentences into his webcast when he'd sensed an opportunity. He had dispatched a staffer to investigate and splurged on an expert from the Yenzhou Academy of Science who could unravel the secrets behind the medical mystery for the viewing public. Many people who were interested in Ming Ye's unexpected response, and skeptics as well, were glued to their screens. Many people know that sound waves serve as a stimulus to animals, and to some plants as well, for that matter. Some types of sound waves can advance plant growth. Others stunt growth or kill the plant altogether. Whether they can stimulate a plant hinges on their impact on its musically sensitive spots. Music is transmitted through rhythmic and flexible mechanical waves. When it travels through a medium, it also generates chemical and heat reactions. When music stimulates plant cells, the metabolic processes within the cells are also affected. The Academy of Science professor even broke down the exact impact a piece of music had on a specific part of a plant. In other words, every note in a piece, or a specific verse, will correspond with a specific amino acid in the plant. Protein is made up of amino acids. So from a biological perspective, a song is like a group of amino acids sequenced into a complete protein. When a plant is exposed to this protein, a specific song, certain enzymes in the plant are activated and create certain biochemical reactions. Underscore 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 underscore. The professor spoke at length. Some of viewers could follow him. Others understood about half, which gave them a basic grasp. Basically, he was saying Ming Ye's response wasn't embellished. It was for real. If plants and primitive animals could be stimulated, then humans were naturally even more responsive. The whole virus emerged during the period of destruction, while the two movements, Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach, were part of the 100-year period of destruction series. Was that the crucial link? Yet previous songs about the period of destruction didn't have the same effect. So it was still something inherent in the two movements. Others had also tried to use sound waves to stimulate the brains of patients infected with the whole virus, to see if these stalled machines could produce some feedback, to no avail. Now, researchers knew that music did make a difference, but it had to be the right music. Just like substrates need to be matched with the right enzymes for conversions to take place. I'd really like to meet this musician who's threatening our livelihoods. The professor's tone was vindictive, but he wore a smile that was joyful and expectant. Music and medicine were separate disciplines that minded their own business. But now that this composer had cracked an opening for researchers and pointed them in the right direction, the rest was up to the scientists. The development meant that there was a general strategy for treating a virus that posed a serious threat to mankind. Even though it wasn't clear when a cure could be devised, coming up with a strategy was a good thing. Now that the first step had been taken, the rest of the process was a matter of time. Big news. This drew the attention of journalists across different beats, regardless of whether they took an interest in medicine and entertainment. This pertained to a human disease that hadn't been cured. Naturally, the reverberations were huge. Reporters started scrambling. What about the story about me, you, and Andy Leo? The Cub reporter who had just filed a story about the creative teams behind the two hit virtual idols was in an awkward position. Who cares about that now? Let's hold the story. Hurry up and do as much reporting as you can about the two movements and the whole virus, then file a story. Thus, all the carefully engineered buzz about the two virtual idols was overshadowed by talk of polar light, divine punishment, cocoon breach, and the whole virus after a few short days. Inside the chairman's office at Tongshan True Entertainment, Song Shihua smashed the teacup that was a recent replacement. Song Shihua was furious with himself. He should have delivered a knockout blow when the first movement was released. Now it was too late. They could try foul play within the Yenzhou entertainment industry, but the situation had evolved beyond the reach of his influence. The rise of polar light was now unstoppable. What could he do? Poach. Wait, that was actually not a bad idea. The person Song Shihua wanted to poach the most was the actual composer behind the two movements. Initially, he had suspected it was the newcomer Silver Wing listed in the credits, but after figuring out Silver Wing's true intentions, he reversed himself. Silver Wing couldn't possibly have assigned such an important project to a newcomer. Song Shihua studied the credits at the end of the two music videos again and again. He also ordered his underlings to research everyone listed. His conclusion, the list of project team members was incomplete. Silver Wing had left out the most important name. More than a few people shared Song Shihua's thinking. Industry practice was to only identify the producer of the virtual idol project at the outset. The producer was the equivalent of the director of a TV show or movie. As for the composer, the arranger, the mixer, and the actual performer, they were never named. Any other names that would draw attention away from the virtual idol were held back. Only when the virtual idol became a bona fide star, when the timing was right, would the label provide a detailed division of labor. Even though everyone wanted to know who had composed the two movements and who had mixed and arranged them, you couldn't tell from the list of credits at the end of the music videos. Most people believed that the names listed were merely technicians and that Silver Wing had held back the names of the composer, arranger, and mixer. They were probably afraid these folks would get poached. Inside a sanatorium in Yenzhou's coastal city of Jinggang. Famed musician and virtual idol producer Glyphitz was sitting by the window in his room as usual, except he hadn't been in the mood to enjoy the bright sunshine for days now. All he did was stare at his tablet. He looked pale and frowned increasingly harder. He wasn't faking it this time. He was really sick. On the day the second movement, Cocoon Breach, was released, Glyphitz was nearly transferred to intensive care. His humble hopes for a comeback were dashed with the release of the second movement. Ming Tsang's comments put him in an even tougher spot. The more attention Polar Light got, the worse his situation, and the dimmer the prospects of his comeback. Quite a few colleagues were already poking fun at him, saying he didn't even measure up to a newcomer. Still no luck? Glyphitz asked the three people standing next to him. They were all disciples of his. Two of them had been purged from Silver Wing's virtual projects department last year. Glyphitz's voice was hoarse and muffled, but his tone was pointed. He spoke slowly, making for a creepy delivery. It sounded like a set of rusty gears struggling to rotate, giving his three students the goosebumps. Not yet, one of the students said, his head drooped. The other two students shriveled, wishing they were somewhere else. Glyphitz had asked them to identify the composer who wrote the two movements. The composer was the key to Polar Light's success. The three students tried on their own and worked some of Glyphitz's connections, but they still came up empty-handed. It wasn't just them. Most of the folks at Silver Wing only knew that the project was assigned to Fang Zhao, but they didn't know who the actual composer was. No. Glyphitz sounded like he was responding and talking to himself at the same time. He had a desperate look in his eyes. Glyphitz paused briefly, then waved his hand, signaling his students to leave. A tremendous weight lifted from their shoulders, and the trio bolted, not bothering to ask any follow-up questions. Glyphitz was the only person left in the quiet room. The afternoon sun was quite strong, flooding the entire room with light. The flowers in the vase were still lush, adding a touch of brightness to the room. But the room was so quiet you could hear Glyphitz breathe, and a sense of chill prevailed. Glyphitz switched his tablet to encrypted mode and dialed a number. The person on the other end answered after about 15 seconds. "What is it?" The person sounded cautious. He lowered his voice and, before Glyphitz could speak, blurted out, "If you're calling about the Polar Light project, I can't tell you anything. Duan Xinji is watching everyone like a hawk. I don't want to get kicked out." The person on the other end was a senior executive at Silver Wing who had a history with Glyphitz. He benefited quite a bit from Glyphitz's help in the past. "It's okay. I know I'm putting you in a difficult bind. All I want to know is who the actual composer behind the first two movements of the Polar Light project is." The senior executive went silent for a few seconds. Duan Xinji issued strict orders not to tell. "I just want to know for myself. I won't tell anyone else." Glyphitz knew his source had to be careful, so he added, "I swear I won't tell anyone else." A longer silence on the other end. Hesitation. Glyphitz didn't dial up the pressure. He just waited patiently. After a minute's silence, the person said in a muffled voice, "It's Fang Zhao." "Come again." Glyphitz was so shocked he got up abruptly and almost fell before struggling to regain his balance. "You know, the newcomer." "Impossible. Believe it or not." "How come?" "That doesn't make sense. Why would Silver Wing trust a newcomer with such an expensive project? A newcomer couldn't possibly have composed." Glyphitz was in disbelief. "I'm warning you, just keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone, otherwise we are both finished." "You know what Duan Xianji is capable of," the source said before hanging up. In the warm and bright room, Glyphitz collapsed onto his deck chair, limbs sprawled, and dropped his tablet. He lay paralyzed, a corpse waiting to be fossilized. A sudden shiver. Glyphitz felt the chills. Fang Zhao. The newcomer he'd researched, the one who had joined Silver Wing just this year. He remembered that fellow. A fresh graduate in his 20s. Fang Zhao wasn't even a third his age. A little punk had all but hammered the final nail into his coffin. If only Fang Zhao knew what Glyphitz was thinking. He would have responded, "I'm your daddy, not the other way around." Underscore 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 underscore. Regardless of what other people thought, regardless of the fact that some industry publications were clamoring for the name of the composer behind Polar Light, Fang Zhao was in no mood to deal with the media. He stuck to Silver Wing's new protocol of not leaving the building unless it was necessary. He wanted to game. The gaming equipment he'd requested from Duan Qianji had finally been set up. There were about a dozen prop guns that were nearly identical to the real thing. These were hard to come by. They looked so realistic that they were more tightly regulated than the prop guns used by the label's film division. Duan Qianji's husband was a military official and she had her own connections. If they wanted to, they could probably procure a sizable batch of real firearms, let alone prop guns. Some of Silver Wing's security staff were licensed to carry. Duan Qianji gave the Virtual Projects Department 20 days off. Fang Zhao planned to devote the bulk of this period to gaming. Fang Zhao's bracelet rang as he watched technicians install the gaming consoles in a dedicated room. It was a number he didn't recognize. He walked into his office and selected voice transmission. "Hello. Is it Fang Zhao?" It was the voice of a male stranger. Speaking. Fang Zhao walked to his window and examined the flying car traffic below the 50th floor. "My name is Beavis. I'm a B-level agent at Neon Culture. Are you interested in working at Neon Culture? Don't worry about the fine for breaking your Silver Wing contract. We can take care of that. As long as you're willing to jump ship, we'll sign you right away. You'll be treated as a level B star. Your work will be given priority release during your first year. We'll also assign a master composer to mentor you. And if you want anything else, we're all ears." Beavis was quite confident. His offer was better than what most newcomers could manage. He was thinking that Fang Zhao was just a figurehead at Silver Wing's Virtual Projects Department. He was better off jumping ship to Neon Culture, where he would enjoy real perks. He had other enticements up his sleeve, but he wanted to gauge Fang Zhao's reaction first. He would continue with his sales pitch if Fang Zhao was interested. Neon Culture. Fang Zhao had thought Tongshan True Entertainment would approach him first. He hadn't expected Neon Culture to beat them to the punch. Fang Zhao knew what Neon Culture was up to. Since they couldn't find out who had composed the first two movements, then they would poach a few known staffers from the project team. As the project's producer, Fang Zhao was naturally first on the list. While Song Shihua was still debating whether or not to make an offer, Neon Culture reached out first. "Beavis from Neon Culture. How did you get my number?" Fang Zhao asked. The original owner of his body had gotten a new number when he'd moved to his black street after graduation. It was different from the number in the school directory. Only a few people had the number. Now that you mention it, it's quite serendipitous. One of our newcomers is from the same hometown as you are. I think you know him. You mean Fang Sheng? Exactly. What a coincidence, right? Ha. When he was digging into Fang Zhao's background, he had noticed that Fang Zhao shared a hometown with one of Neon Culture's new composers. They went to the same primary school and high school. He asked around, it turned out they did know each other. Fang Sheng turned pale when Beavis asked him for Fang Zhao's number, but Beavis didn't think much of it. He thought Fang Sheng was just jealous and didn't dwell on the matter. Serendipitous indeed. Fang Zhao chuckled as he stared into the glint from a passing flying car. Why don't you ask who the real composer of his first 3 songs was first? He hung up before Beavis could respond. Even though Beavis was mad that Fang Zhao had hung up on him, he was more intrigued by Fang Zhao's comment before he hung up. "Why don't you ask him who the actual composer of his first 3 songs was?" "Which 3 songs?" "The actual composer." So Fang Xing hadn't written them after all. Beavis wasn't in charge of newcomers. He wasn't on top of the inner workings of the newcomers department. He merely scanned the list of newcomers Neon Culture had recruited this year. If his bosses didn't want to poach people from Silver Wing, he wouldn't have bothered studying the list. But even though he wasn't familiar with the workings of the newcomers department, he could deduce from Fang Zhao's parting comment. A gloomy Beavis sat in his office pondering the matter for some time. Then he got in touch with newcomers department and requested Fang Xing's personnel records. He gave them a careful look. The more he read, the angrier he got. If he was 70% skeptical of Fang Zhao's allegations, then after reading the personnel files, that figure dropped by 20 or 30 percentage points. Fang Zhao had graduated from the Qian Academy of Music, probably the best music school in Yenzhou, while Fang Xing had graduated from SOSO school. That didn't necessarily make a difference. During the recruitment process, graduating from a top school wasn't a prerequisite. Even if you attended a low-ranked university and flunked all your classes, as long as you had musical talent of some kind, if you shined in some way, you would be considered. In other words, setting aside your educational background and connections, the key was real skill and talent. The reason Fang Xing had caught the eye of Neon Culture's newcomers department and was signed was because of the 3 songs he'd submitted. Nothing stood out in Fang Xing's files. He wasn't a stellar student and he'd never won any prizes. But the 3 songs still won over the newcomers department. The songs weren't top-notch, but they were slightly better than what the average newcomer produced. One of the 3 also placed well on the newcomers chart. The label actually wanted to promote Fang Xing, but he hadn't submitted any new songs since. Beavis summoned Fang Xing and his agent. He scanned both of them with a vicious gaze. Beavis usually smiled, but he looked scary when he got serious. Fang Xing's agent was still a bit pissed and disgruntled about being summoned by Beavis. Even though he managed newcomers, he had managed B-level stars before. He had also spent more time at Neon Culture than Beavis. Beavis's tone was downright rude, hardly befitting the respect he deserved as a senior employee. But now that he saw Beavis's expression, he could tell something was wrong. "Is something wrong?" Fang Xing's agent asked. He knew Beavis had looked over Fang Xing's files, but he still didn't know why Beavis had asked to see them. Beavis ignored Fang Xing's agent and stared at Fang Xing hard, as if launching a flurry of daggers. "What I want to know is, who actually wrote the 3 songs you submitted when you joined the label?" Already a bit fidgety at the outset, Fang Xing's heart leaped when he heard the question, and he broke into a cold sweat. The muscles by his mouth twitched, but he didn't know what to say. He remained silent but clasped his hands nervously. When his agent cast him a questioning look as well, he knew there was nowhere to hide. He tried hard to mask his guilt, somehow managing to eke out a smile. "Did someone say something?" "Don't believe them. I wrote those 3 songs myself." "Oh." Beavis didn't press on, looking at Fang Xing's agent instead. His gaze seemed to say, "You signed the guy. It's your move." The agent stared at Fang Xing with piercing eyes. He had managed dozens of artists. Even though he might not be as competent as Beavis, he could still spot a liar. The subtle changes in expression on Fang Xing's face hadn't escaped his notice. Panic. Guilt. Fear. Lack of confidence. Once Fang Xing's agent became suspicious, everything made sense. The arranger of the 3 songs had told him in private that Fang Xing had a poor grasp on the 3 pieces. His understanding was hazy and incomplete. Initially, the arranger had chalked it up to the usual inexperience of a newcomer and thought a bit of training and guidance would do. But Fang Xing hadn't produced any new songs since the 3 he'd entered in the new talent competition. Again, he'd thought Fang Xing had simply been running low on inspiration. But it had been so long that it was becoming a problem. The 3 songs may very well have been stolen. He didn't want to believe that he'd signed someone like this. He had heard of similar cases of theft or plagiarism. Some were exposed and some were kept secret. The final outcome depended on company policy and individual finesse. Of course, the safest practice was to avoid folks like this. The bigger the label, the more it cared about its reputation. So he had the manpower and resources necessary at his disposal for a cover-up. But he'd never thought something like this would happen to him. Even if he had made the mistake of signing the man, the mistake couldn't be made public. To do so would be slapping himself in the face. It might also create unnecessary hassle for the label at this critical juncture. He had to get rid of Fang Zhao as soon as possible. Even if Fang Zhao's theft was exposed, they could prepare in advance and take the backlash in stride. Fang Zhao was signed to a 3-year contract. His contract stipulated that if he was fired without cause, he was entitled to severance totaling 3 times his income during his employment. This wasn't an unjustified firing, but the label couldn't reveal the real reason behind the dismissal. They also had no proof that Fang Zhao had stolen the 3 songs. Fang Zhao would never admit to it. Based on the number of downloads the 3 songs had generated, Fang Zhao's severance would amount to more than $10 million. That was an expense the label didn't want to incur. Even though the amount was nothing to Neon Culture, they didn't want it spent that way. So after amicable negotiations that were stick and carrot in reality, Neon Culture agreed to a severance pay of $1.5 million. Fang Zhao was terminated effective immediately. Fang Zhao's agent conducted the negotiations on his behalf. Beavis stayed mum, giving his tacit approval to the deal. So Fang Zhao stole someone else's songs, most likely Fang Zhao's. Even if they confirmed the theft, if Fang Zhao was a nobody and Fang Zhao had potential, they wouldn't have fired Fang Zhao. They might even have helped cover up the theft. They were businessmen, after all. Their financial interests came first. But Fang Zhao was a rising star with the full backing of his label, while Fang Zhao wasn't an asset worth protecting. His firing was a no-brainer, and it had to be done fast. They had to get rid of him before the scandal broke and the finger-pointing began. If people asked, they would just say that Fang Zhao had poor character. Poor character was a catch-all term in the industry. It could refer to personality issues, an inability to get along with colleagues or a foul temper that affected morale. It could also refer to specific behavior, like theft or plagiarism. The former wasn't a big deal. As long as the person in question was talented, personality wasn't an issue. But the latter was a problem. There were no secrets in the industry. If they pried enough, prospective employers would find out about the poor character assessment in Fang Zhao's personnel files at Neon Culture even if he tried to hide it. That was enough to make him off-limits for most record labels in the industry. Fang Zhao was kicked out of Neon Culture's headquarters half an hour later. He struggled to maintain his composure as he got all sorts of looks from the people around him. He didn't linger. He ran to an empty corner and quietly cursed to himself. His eyes were bloodshot. Lord knew how long it had been since he had rested properly. His face was paler than Zhu Wen's after 2 straight days of gaming. As for the $1.5 million in severance pay, the old Fang Zhao would have counted his blessings. But after enjoying the adoration and the easy money the 3 songs had generated, the $1.5 million was a pittance. But he didn't want to lock horns with Neon Culture. If he'd stayed at Neon Culture, he would have earned much more. He was entitled to much more. After taking a few deliberate breaths, Fang Zhao turned his attention to his bracelet and looked up Fang Zhao's number. It was just a matter of time before he could buy another song from a music student desperate for cash. But Beavis had to tear into him now and interrupt his plans. How had Beavis found out he stole the 3 songs? Fang Zhao. The raw hatred gushed like a raging current when the call went through. Fang Zhao, you son of a b*tch. You said you considered me a brother, but you had your bases covered all along, right? You've got quite a few songs up your sleeve besides those 3 songs, right? Nicely done. Slick move. He was so agitated the veins on his neck were bulging. He rambled on for nearly 3 minutes until his voice went hoarse. But no response came from Fang Zhao. You're mute now. Fang Sheng screamed at the top of his voice. 2 seconds later. Woof. Woof. The other end answered with a series of barks. They were real barks, not simulated ones. The barks were followed by clear sound of panting. Fang Sheng. He had just delivered a 3-minute tirade to a dog. Fang Sheng was so pissed his body shook. He felt like spitting blood. Such a bully. Fang Zhao had actually used a dog on him. Fang Sheng was so mad he wanted to smash his bracelet, but luckily, he held back. He had just been fired. He wouldn't be receiving any income for some time. His severance pay was still being processed, it hadn't been wired to him yet. There wasn't much left of his cut from the revenue from song downloads during the new talent contest after he had bought his new apartment. The bracelet had cost him tens of thousands of dollars. He couldn't afford to trash it now. Fang Sheng wanted to vent his anger from losing his job. He didn't dare take aim at the folks at Neon Culture. All he could settle for now was Fang Zhao, the person who had set him up. Little did he expect Fang Zhao to not answer altogether and put his dog on instead. Was Fang Zhao mocking him? Knowing full well that his tirade would only be answered with dog barks, Fang Sheng took a few deep breaths and hung up. He was going to bottle up his frustration and take off, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped suddenly to look at his bracelet. He was so angry he had let his guard down. He reviewed what he had just said. He didn't think he had confessed to stealing the songs outright, so even if Fang Zhao had recorded the conversation, it wouldn't amount to much proof. He wouldn't lose in a court of law. Good thing he had restrained himself. If he was thrown off by a few dog barks and confessed to stealing the songs, then it would all be over. So that was what Fang Zhao was up to. You wanted to set me up again. Fang Sheng stared at the end of the road, eyes burning. Fang Sheng was being paranoid. Fang Zhao knew that he wouldn't fess up to stealing the songs that easily. Here was someone savvy enough to steal the 3 songs without the original host of his body noticing and without leaving a trace of evidence. He wouldn't be easily duped into a confession. There were always people who felt that they were entitled to your generosity. Even if there was a falling out and they were clearly in the wrong, they wouldn't own up to their mistakes. They would even play the victim. Personal interest and temptation distorted the human heart. Fang Zhao had seen so many examples and heard of so many during the end of days. Fang Sheng acted purely out of self-interest. If it were the end of days, Fang Zhao would have delivered a bullet to his head, but the rule of law prevailed in the new era. Fang Zhao didn't want to run afoul of the law on account of Fang Sheng and squander the rare opportunity of a rebirth. Good job. Fang Zhao picked up his bracelet and fondled Curly Hair's head. He grabbed a handful of dog food and placed it on the dog's plate. Fang Zhao returned to the lobby of the 50th floor after making sure the technicians had installed the gaming equipment properly. The department was on vacation, so no one else was in the lobby. Zheng Huang and Wan Yu were spending time as a couple. They wouldn't be showing up during the vacation. Pang Pusong was traveling with his family. Song Miao was gone too. The only people left were Zhu Wen and company. They gathered in their studio to game every day. If all you were doing is gaming, then you might as well live out of the office. You wouldn't have to worry about the utilities bill, and the cafeteria food wasn't that bad. It was also quite cheap. When Fang Zhao approached, Zhu Wen's group had just wrapped up a gaming session and they were deep in discussion. Neon Culture had reached out to Zhu Wen and company as well, but not through an agent. A few of their technicians knew Zhu Wen and his team and put out feelers, but the Silver Wing crew rejected the overtures. Their reasoning? Setting aside the tremendous potential of the Polar Light project, they had landed the unlikely boss who was addicted to gaming. It didn't make sense to give that up. For folks like them, as long as they weren't in a pinch, bonus size was secondary. The key issue was whether they could partake in their preferred form of entertainment during office hours. Why had Zhu Wen stayed when the entire virtual projects department was purged last year? It wasn't that he was lazy. He was lured by the prospect of gaming all day if the department no longer received any assignments. The group stopped talking when Fang Zhao entered the room. "I'm going to head home for a bit. Are you guys going to stick around?" Fang Zhao asked. "Yup. But we're going to head out later in the day to check out a gaming trade show." "Will you be using the flying car, boss?" Zhu Wen asked. The department had 2 flying cars. Zheng Huang and Wan Yu had taken one of them and one was left. Zhu Wen and company leered at him, which gave Fang Zhao a kick. "No. I'll take public transportation. Knock yourselves out." "Thanks, boss." Zhu Wen hooted. "We'll bring back some samples for you," the others said. Fang Zhao left the office after reminding Zhu Wen and company to lock the door to the 50th floor before heading out for the trade show. He didn't bring curly hair. All he had to do was pick up a few things from his Black Street apartment. He would be back first thing in the morning. He could already afford a place in downtown Qian. Barring massive, extravagant properties, he could pay in cash. But it was hard to find quality real estate in Qian these days. And folks who owned prime properties were reluctant to part with them. Fang Zhao hadn't been looking online because Duan Qianji had promised to introduce him to a homeowner looking to sell, a veteran composer. The composer rarely lived in his home but didn't want to sell it to a stranger either. Duan Qianji knew that Fang Zhao was in the market, so she had approached the elderly composer. But the owner wasn't in Yenzhou. He would return in a few days to handle the paperwork and meet Fang Zhao at the same time. It was only a matter of days. Fang Zhao could wait. Evenings on black streets were still the same. Loud dance music mixed with laid-back tunes. Drunks shot the breeze in clusters. Young punks new to the life were plying their trade. Fang Zhao bought 2 boxes of barbecued meat for Yu Qing, who ran the shop downstairs from his apartment, and the drugstore owner, Ai Wan. "Thanks. Not much to report. A few days ago a drunk wanted to toss a bottle at your window. I got rid of him," Yu Qing said as he took the boxes. He grabbed a piece of meat and started chewing away. "Are you moving?" he asked. Yu Qing didn't know how the entertainment industry operated, but he had watched the music videos for the 2 movements. And he knew from news reports that the 2 songs were a big hit. Regardless of whether or not Fang Zhao was the actual composer of the 2 movements, judging from his official credit, he stood to benefit in a major way. It was time for him leave. "Soon, but I'm not going to give up my apartment in the coming weeks," Fang Zhao said. "Please make sure you give me a heads up when you move out so I can buy your apartment," Yu Qing blurted. He had been eyeing the flat above his shop for some time. Tenant records were kept electronically. Once Fang Zhao gave up his flat, it would be up for grabs. If another tenant moved in, Yu Qing wouldn't be able to buy it. "Planning an expansion?" Fang Zhao asked. "It's about time. I've also been in touch with the tenants on the 2 floors above yours. I should be able to buy those flats next year. I've been laying the groundwork for some time, haha." Now that he had saved enough, Yu Qing could proceed with his shop expansion. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Of course, folks like him couldn't compare to Fang Zhao, who could earn more than 1 million on one song alone. But average folks had their own way of life. Yu Qing was quite happy with his life right now. "Got it. I'll give you a heads up before I give up the flat." Yu Qing's shop was swarmed with customers, so Fang Zhao got out of the way. He left the shop and headed up the staircase. But once he got to his apartment, Fang Zhao could tell that something was wrong. When he lifted his head, he saw someone standing in front of his flat. Another approached from behind on the staircase. The sandwich approach signaled premeditation and professionals. The staircase was dimly lit. To cut costs, public areas like this either had faulty lighting or were dimly lit. Fang Zhao didn't look back and continued walking until he was 2 steps away from the man standing in front of his apartment. He looked perhaps a few years older than Fang Zhao. He had a crew cut except for a crown-shaped hairdo in the middle, which was dyed half red and half blue. His right cheek sported a tattoo of a snarling beast. Fang Zhao remembered Yuqing mentioning once that black street thugs with a beast tattoo on their right cheek were typically hired guns and not young punks who engaged in random petty crime. In other words, someone had paid them to show up. When the man scanned Fang Zhao's bracelet, Fang Zhao had a hunch who their employer was. Fang Zhao. The man standing in front of the door gauged Fang Zhao like a quality control inspector. His teeth were dyed neon green. The beast tattoo on his cheek became even snarlier. A fellow resident on the 2nd floor was about to head downstairs. He turned around immediately after noticing the impending conflict, too terrified to even fart. Zap. The man standing in front of Fang Zhao's door was holding an electric rod that emitted a live current. The sound echoed clearly in the corridor. He took a step toward Fang Zhao and said, "Don't be afraid. Just hand over your bracelet and we'll be out of here in no time. There's no point in blocking traffic." But before he could finish, Fang Zhao had pulled a gun and trained it on him. Fang Zhao could hear the trailing footsteps cease. He flashed a warm smile and told the man in front of him. "Don't be afraid. You've made a long trip, so why don't you step inside for a chat? There's no point in blocking traffic. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.